Before I go into the actual build, I just want to show you some jumps. So these are some of the examples. This is a Tekno SCT410.3. There's some really old videos, well maybe not that, no they're old. There's some old videos that I have running this thing, bashing it up, doing a bunch of stuff with it. But these are some of the jumps. This is an incredibly durable truck. As I do the build video, I will talk about things that can possibly break, things to look out for, but this is probably the best, I'm going to say it's the best four-wheel drive short course truck that you can get as of this video. This is by far my favorite. I strongly recommend it. Here's another jump. Yes, that is a Traxxas body. It fits right on, as long as you have the correct offset in the wheels. Now, I've bashed this thing up in asphalt as well, which I strongly do not recommend you do because you are going to damage the vehicle a lot more. It can also do small jumps, as you saw there. So it's not just big jumps, it can do high jumps. Now the green truck's a TT Pro, you can ignore that one. That's a low-C. It's all about Tekno. And do watch the two videos that I have in the description below where I swap the electronics and go with some Tekin motors on here, so you can see the difference between going with a big motor versus a regular motor. If you're considering a short course, a four-wheel drive for off-road, maybe you want to do some bashing, Tekno SCT410.3 is the way to go. This is a very durable vehicle. Yes, sometimes the parts are a little difficult to find in shops and you may have to order them. It just depends on the shop. But for these vehicles, there's a reason why there aren't that many parts in shops. They're durable. They don't really break as often as some other brands. But this is a great vehicle for short course, or if you want to turn into a monster short course, which I actually love. If you've seen some of my other videos, such as Gone Fishing, where I dumped a Tekno into a river. That's this guy. Now, in that truck, I had the 28s, so the 2.8 tires. Those are the ones with a Baja Bug body, which I think is great. Get the Baja Bug, because if you do roll it, it generally rolls back on the tires. Although if you're on a slope, it'll just keep rolling and eventually you land in a river, which is what happened to me. This is a long time ago. This is way too long ago. I don't remember. Now, there are some things. I'm going to use my MT 110. The tub is exactly the same. Layout, I should say. Now, there are components. The MT does have a few upgraded components that are better. But for the purposes of showing you it generally breaks, this is good enough. If you do high enough jumps, this will eventually break, this little brace right here. This will crack. You'll have to replace it. It's $12, $15, I have no idea. It comes with all three braces. So you're gonna end up with a bunch of spares, especially the fronts. I've never had an issue with these, but these I've broken before. If you can get a brace, if you're planning on bashing, to go from here to here, that works as well. There used to be a T-bone brace, but I haven't seen those in a long time. Not sure if they're still producing them. So I'm gonna have to look for another option. This is a build, another build. If you're interested in the MT410, I do have a build series. I recommend you watch that. But moving on, so that's one of the issues. The other somewhat of an issue, but it's not really a problem. These two screws in the back that hold the bumper, these will bend. That's all right. So if you buy a used one and these are bent, that's normal. They bend all the time from just hitting the bumper. They end up warping. It's not a big deal. So these will bend. Let's see. The other thing too is make sure this is on tight. That rear little cup there. Sometimes that will come loose and then it won't run. So just make sure that you use the correct Loctite. Make sure that you clean that out, then apply Loctite. If you run way too much power and too light fluid here in the differential, for example, let's just say, so the factory settings 2S, perfect. But if you're planning on going into say 4S or higher, if you're running the stock diff fluid, what will end up happening is truck will wheelie, front wheels will unload, this will diff out, it'll overheat, you can get some heat transfer through here, and eventually will start warping this case. And you could potentially lose a bearing, have to replace this rear case. I have not had a problem with the front one. Then again, I generally run thicker fluid in the front than the factory. I also run thicker fluid here. But that's really it. As far as the shocks, sometimes there's these little plastic caps here on the bottom. So this is plastic, this is plastic. Plastic is fine for these. You don't need to spend money on the aluminum. The bottom one, those are plastics. They do make aluminum ones. So sometimes if you take a really hard hit and you hit the shock, that cap will break and then your oil will just spill out. But here's the thing. The nice thing about I recommend you keep the plastic, don't go with the aluminum. Because if you take a hit that's hard enough to crack that plastic, if you add aluminum, you're probably going to bend or damage something, but you're not going to notice, and the suspension may not work the way it should. Maybe you'll bend the shaft slightly and you wouldn't tell unless you actually did close inspection. Versus plastic, the plastic will break, and then it has the O-rings in there which will absorb some of the shock to protect the actual shaft. So some people do like going wild and crazy with aluminum parts, but just keep that in mind. And that's really it, other than the body mounts. The body mounts eventually will bend and break as well. They're not very expensive, but you don't really have to worry much about anything else. If you bash something hard enough, you're going to break and bend other things, such as even the shafts, other things like that. Just keep that in mind. Oh, probably one of the most important things. I do have a buggy body. Might be destined for this guy. But on the MT, not so much because of the way the body sits. But on the short course, because the body goes over the wheels will just dump a bunch of dirt, sand, a little gravel into the tub. So sometimes you'll get little pieces stuck right on the opposite side of the motor, right in here, because as this spins, you could go, so if you're going forward, if you get it stuck in here, well, it'll destroy your gear. But then sometimes when you're trying to back up, you go in reverse, you get one stuck right in here, and then it just destroys the spur gear. So you may want to consider a mesh or something that covers up the body. If you get the buggy body and then Velcro it on, that would be the, what am I thinking? I'm trying to remember right now. EB. So they're EB48. Actually, back then I think it was EB410. That's what they were on, EB410.1. That body, you can just Velcro that onto the tub. It's a nice little fit. The only thing with doing something like that is if you're in hot weather, it will keep the heat in. So that's something to keep in mind. But let's move on to the SCT build. All right. Now there's generally a black cover that goes on top. I already removed it, but everything is nice in the bags. Everything is set. And one of the things I like about Tekno is, as of now, on the actual competition kits, I'll say that, Tekno probably has the best manuals out there. They're very nice manuals. Instructions are great. You get those stickers. But the manuals are great. I've built a few of these before. Do that. The only other company I think that has a very good manual, but it's not competition grade, would be Traxxas with their builders. For example, their Slash builder or their Stampede builder. I actually do like the Stampede builder. That's something for anybody getting started or a kid. The Stampede builder is actually a great builder. All right, here we go. So one of the things that you want to do if this is your first kit is just organize the bags in order. All right, so I'll put the first 4 bags here, and then I'll move the other ones over here. With Tekno, you generally start with the differentials. right, so here's the center differential. Now I know I said I would start with electronics toward the end, but I'll just talk about it now as I'm opening up the bags and working on them. Electronics, you can use Hobbywig Electronics. Hobbywig Electronics work great if you are using a 3660 series motor. So that's a 3660 series. The 32 kV works. There's a 36. It just depends if you go easy run or Z run. But they're great motors. They work well. Not the most powerful. I do not recommend, because I've run these before, I do not recommend the 2S 4300 kV that Hobbywig offers. Do not think it has enough torque to truly propel this vehicle. I think the 3600 kV is actually a far better motor in 2S than the 43. Plus you can use 3S if you have 3S. I don't really care for 3S, I'll be honest. Now, that's if you want something that's more on a budget. If you can afford something a little more expensive, Castle Creations has a very nice 1415 series motor. That one is, I'm trying to remember, I believe it's a 2400 kV motor. That's actually a very good motor. Now, here's the thing with the different motors. You can get different ESCs. Mamba Monster, you can go with it. It's kind of overkill. The Copperhead, to be honest, I think is the best choice. This is not a vehicle that you should be running more than 4S. To be honest, 2S is perfect, 3S is all right, 4S you're pushing it. And the reason why is your blocks, and that's one of them. So A block, B block, C and D, they're all plastic on the short course. The MT, they're aluminum. On this one, I'm going to be building it with a plastic one, but I recommend that you get the aluminum A block. That's the block that goes in front that holds the arms. Once I get to it, I'll make the comment again. The reason why is sometimes those will snap when you take a hard hit on one of the arms. So right now I'm using green slime. The kit does not come with green slime. It comes with black grease, but if you have green slime, use green slime. If not, you can just use grease, but you will have to lubricate these O-rings so that these guys do not chew them up and tear them up as they are spinning. So I'm just going to do this, place them here. I'm actually going to do the same thing to the washers, because the washers are actually coming into direct contact with them. And then I'll just leave them. So use plenty. Actually, you want to do the same thing to these. There we go. And that's perfect. Now you could apply some in there if you wanted to, but really there's no need. So the first thing, make sure that you put the bearings first. And the reason why is one of the worst things that can happen when you're building this is you forget to put the bearings, do everything, and then you realize you put the bearings, but there's fluid in there, and now you have to take them out and redo everything. So just keep that in mind. Now at this point, we can go ahead and grab one of the O-rings. This O-ring is going to go in here. And I'm not really going to speed through any part of the build, and the reason why is I want to give you an idea of how long it takes to actually build this. Excuse me. Here we go. All right. Should have gotten shorter pliers. Now, a quick note, if you look at these grooves right here, that's where you want to stick the pin, line it up, and then the holes actually line up with this. So you want to line this up, stick the pin in here, use smaller needle nose pliers. I thought I had them on the bench and then realized I did not, so I just grabbed these. These were near. Although the only thing I have to do really is just open a drawer below me and that's it. But this is easier. All right, so once the pin is inside, there it is. You can go ahead and grab one of these gears. These are the larger ones, and then just drop this inside, rotate, and it should just fall in place. So this is good to go. Something you can also do is, if you have something to hold shocks, like you would on a vehicle, you can put this there. That way it doesn't tilt when you fill it up with fluid, mainly because you are going to wait for the bubbles to come out. Now this one is going to use 7,000. It's interesting how they changed the print. It used to be a bolder color or bolder print. 7,000, just making sure. So this is the center. Just gonna put some in there, let it sit. I'm gonna move on with the other part. All right, so here we have the spur. So again, spur, just like the other part, make sure that you put the bearing in, then you can slide this through. Once you slide this through, we grab the other O-ring. Again, do not forget to lubricate these, and then the washer. So we have the O-ring, washer. Then we can grab this pin. Pin just goes right in there. And then I can go ahead and grab the gear. And this one's ready to go. So we'll just set that aside. Put these screws right over here, right here. Now, one of the differences between the short course and the MT is this. The short course, you have a plastic T for the spider gears. So these are the differential gears right in here. The Tekno comes with metal ones. They look like Lincoln logs, and then they just, maybe I have some extras. They look like these, which, to be honest, I could replace these, but I'm doing the build as stock. But this is something I recommend that you get if you're planning on applying more power to the vehicle. Now these, pretty straightforward. They just face each other. And once you drop this in, these gears are actually going to spread out right in here. So I'm going to go ahead and drop this in and spread the gears out, and that's it. That's the reason why I put the fluid in there first, or some fluid in there, so those gears would get the right amount of fluid, and I get less air. The less air you have in your differential, the better. Now, you do not want to overfill this. You actually just want to fill it to about just a millimeter before the top. And the reason why is for this gear to go in there and take up that space. That's the reason why. If you overfill it, once you start tightening it, that fluid is going to want to come out of the diff case. And the problem is you're not going to get a good seal with the gasket, and then you're going to end up with an improperly sealed diff and a leaky one at that. Now I generally put a drop right here on these little squares, and that's to fill the back of the gear. Get rid of that air. So once this starts operating, that air will eventually make it out, and it'll get into the oil, and it'll change the way the oil feels and operates. That's the reason why. So this is the part where you wait. You pretty much just wait. It depends on the weight oil that you use. This 7,000 is actually pretty light, so it does a very good job of coating everything and filling in the gaps and releasing the air. If you do get an air bubble, you can always just poke it, and usually you'll break up that air bubble. All right. At this point, I will go ahead and line up the gasket. So I'm just lining up the holes, holding it lightly with those fingers. And I'm going to grab this and go ahead and set it. Now you don't want to take too much time before you do this, and the reason why is the gear may fall out. If you put enough black grease between the gear, the washer, sometimes it'll hold the gear. So that's a little recommendation that you can do. Or you can just turn it quickly, as I did, Let's see, this should be a 2mm. Now, to speed up the process, I always start the screws, but this is probably going to be, actually, yeah, this is the first video where I'm going to be using the electric screwdriver in the video. Sometimes I use the electric screwdriver in other things. It depends on the time that I have. On my stuff, most of my stuff, I generally don't use it. I just take my time with it. This is a really simple Ryobi. Can't remember, it was pretty inexpensive. $25 maybe, as of this video. Let's say 30. Pretty inexpensive, it does the job. The reason why I don't like starting these screws, the chassis ones are fine, but these, is you run a high risk of stripping this in that initial jolt of torque. So, we'll use these bits. Now, another recommendation, do not use those cheap, dark gray bits. Use quality bits. These happen to be MIP. I do like MIP Tools. So I'll come close, but I'm gonna finish it off by hand. Now, if you do want to tighten it with this, one of the things that you need to do is just hold everything loosely. There. So it'll do that. Just be careful not to catch your hand or anything else. And the reason why is that way you don't... Yeah, this is why I like finishing them up by hand. But that way you don't run the risk of just stripping the plastics or the aluminum or breaking screws, whatever it is. I am going in a cross pattern. So I started here, here. Now I'm finishing this one up. This other side. Now I'm finishing this other one. Now, do not over tighten differentials, just in general. Not just these, but any differentials. And the reason why is if you over tighten them, you're going to create way too much resistance, and then the differential will not operate smoothly. So this differential operates smoothly, everything is perfect. Yes, this is very light oil, that's why it moves so freely. But that's what you have here. Again, it depends on the application. If you're running 2S, this is fine. If you're running more, you're gonna end up cooking that oil. So definitely replace that oil with something heavier or a thicker oil. So that is it for this differential. Now we can go on to bag A and bag C. Well, let's start with bag B. Now, bag B, this is going to be an important step. And the reason why is we have two differentials here, front and rear. The issue is they have different weight oil. So you're going to have to either mark or place the front one. I generally place front on the left and then the rear on the right. Initially, it's not important. It's once you put the fluid in there, because you do not accidentally want to mix up those two differentials. The reason why is if you go with heavier oil in the rear instead of the front, your vehicle is going to want to spin out. That's the reason why. So keep that in mind. So you generally go heavier in the front. And the process for the differentials is the same. So we have the screws. Center. All right. Now these, very important, do not bend them, break them, or anything. If you end up accidentally bending this or breaking it, just get a new one. If you do it while you were building the kit, man, it's gonna set you off. I guess just try to build everything you can that doesn't require that. All right. Now this green slime, this is actually made by, I believe this is Team Associated. They have their Team F or whatever it's called. It used to come in a tube. Now I believe it comes in a just small little round container. Now, unlike the MT410 build videos, this is going to be just one long video. The build process is actually very similar, so if you're watching this, I mean, I still recommend that you watch the other one, but both vehicles assemble very similar, as many of the parts are similar. Some of them are actually the same. So you can get the MT410 differentials and put them in here. Those little cross hexes, they're the same, except for the other one has metal ones. So you could get an MT410, build the center tub differentials, and then get the short course and then put all the arms and suspension. So again, you do the same thing. You put the O-ring in, then the washer. That was silly. I don't know why I did that. And apparently I can't keep these apart, but I'm just gonna build them all. Now, before I build this, I'm just gonna go ahead and put the oil in there. So we have, let's see, so 5,000 is going to go in the rear, and then 7,000 is gonna go in the front. And let's see, I'm trying to see if I have a different bottle. No. So I'll go ahead and use this. This is 5,000. Now on the lighter fluids, it's not such a big deal, but on the heavier ones, do not squeeze too hard. If you squeeze way too hard, that will actually pop out, and then all the oil will just shoot out, and then you'll end up with a mess. So be patient with the diff fluid. Even with shock oil, that can happen. Shocks, because there's so much fluid in the shocks, it's going to be tempting to just kind of squeeze it and pour that oil out, but you will seriously just make a mess. These, we do the exact same thing we did with the center. So we just place them in here. All of these crosses are interchangeable as well. So the front and rear, you can interchange them. It's the same front and rear, there's no difference. It's just easier to stand them on a solid surface. So I'll put some more in a bit. Now, the electric screwdriver is going to save you some time, but as you can see, you don't use it in every component. So if a kit takes, say, for example, 6 hours to build usually by hand, maybe it'll take you 5, which is still a significant difference. Just don't expect it to cut your time by half. Most of your time is probably going to be spent opening up the pieces, setting everything aside, separating all the components just so it's easier to find different screws or parts. So if you can do that efficiently, that's really what's going to save you the most time. Also, being patient and, believe it or not, taking your time will actually save you time, because if you build it right the first time, you won't have to take it apart to rebuild. It's generally where most of the time is lost, especially if you do it by hand, because then you're backing out screws by hand and installing them again by hand. Now, if you accidentally made a mistake and you swapped these differentials or forgot which was which, it's not a big deal. Usually you can just spin them. and you have the center one as reference, but the thicker one you know is going to go on the front, so whichever one has more resistance. That's something to keep in mind. Versus the lighter one will have less resistance, which means it'll be easier to spin. All right, so when I sat this and spun it a little, one of the things that happened is the gasket actually turned, so the holes did not align. It's not a big deal. The only thing I did is I just lifted the gear off of the case, so this separated them a little, and then just stuck a screw in there at an angle and then lined it up. That's all I did. Again, just start the screws by hand. If you are using an electric screwdriver, start them by hand. The other thing too, even if you're not using an electric screwdriver, you want to drive all of the screws close. Do not fully tighten them. Once they're all close, then you can start driving them in and tighten them in a cross pattern. The reason why is if you tighten, say, this one fully, some of the other holes may be difficult for you to put a screw in. Or it may not close properly. You could warp the case as well and then develop a leak. So again, going in a cross pattern. Now I'm just going to check every screw. Good. And the last one. All right, and this is the rear. Now for the front. Now, is it possible to break those little crosses inside? Yes, of course. Have I ever broken one? No. And then again, I have never run 4S on any of these short courses. I've run 3S, but mostly 2S. Now keep in mind that my favorite system for these short courses is the Tekin system, so RX8 ESC with a Pro HD motor. So this is the longer can. I believe it's about 62 millimeters in length, 4300 kV. That motor on 2S probably has the same power as a 3300 kV Hobbywig on 3S. So that's something to keep in mind. So Tekin is definitely what I would go with. Yes, it is a much pricier system. So it depends where you want to save some money. If you want to build this but save some money. There we go. So now we have the Diff Case. Now this is bag C, and this is where you have to be careful. So bag C, this is the front gearbox. So this will go over here. And no, they're not interchangeable front and rear, and the reason why is the rear is horizontal. The front is not, because of the natural kick-up that these vehicles have. So if you look at the case, this is actually at an angle. So I'm exaggerating it right now, but this is actually at an angle. So I probably don't have to exaggerate it too much. So this is at an angle versus the rear is going to be horizontal. So that's how you can tell. So once everything's in the case, it's very easy to tell. Just look at that. The shock towers are also different, which is something else to keep in mind. Now, this is the point where you will be needing thread lock. Take your screws out. This is the one you want to clean. Especially the rear one. All right. Actually, I'll use this one. All right, so we'll grab this and just setting that in. I'll put the bearings, bearing here, bearing there, and this will now drop in through here. Now, the following is important. There's a shim, there's this small shim. This shim goes on the outside. Make sure that you put that little shim in there. This will protect the bearing from this, just in case it comes loose and it starts spinning out of control. That will protect the bearing. All right. Perfect. Now, Tekno always supplies these two little tiny shims for the diff, just in case you need to. I may have used one out of all the kits that I've built, these Tekno kits, the short course or the MTs. Short course, my God, I don't know how many kits I've built. I've built so many. You're probably not going to need them, and that is something to keep in mind. Versus, I mean, if it were an Arma, you'd probably need 20 of them. But this is a Tekno, so that's something else to keep in mind. All right, now this is an important part. Make sure that you grease up the gears, and the reason why is you're going to have to take it apart and grease them if you do not initially, so you don't want to do that work over again. And really, you only need grease here, and then once you set in here, you will be fine. So point this to the left, and then the gears, the teeth are going to be facing you. Just drop it in like that. So again, point this left, gears will face you, And this is what happens. Go ahead and rotate the assembly. You're gonna see how the grease spreads. That's all you need. Do not stuff the differential with grease. Do not do that. It's just gonna make your vehicle heavier. It's gonna add more rolling resistance. It's gonna be slow. You're gonna heat up your electronics. You just need some grease in there. Let's see, whoa, hold on. Let me take a step back. There we go. Let's see. All right. Now there's a sharper side and a rounder side. The rounder side I'm facing, oops, wrong way. I'm facing forward, so that's forward. And the sharper edge I'm facing back. It's based on this. Although this is such a nicely made tower. Now this portion here, you do not need to start by hand. You can actually go ahead and just use the electric screwdriver and just start driving it. It's the differentials and some of the small components where you really want to be careful. But this one here, you can just go to town. Again, do not fully tighten them until you've driven both. And if you do want to fully tighten it with the electric screwdriver, just hold it loose so that as soon as it gets to the end and grabs, it just spins. Just be careful not to hurt yourself. And that's it. And then you can just hold it here and then finish tightening it. The reason why I say hold it here and then hold it lightly is this is much thicker than this. It doesn't seem like much, but the amount of torque that you would apply by turning this or grabbing the handle over here is way too much. You're going to destroy something. You're going to damage the plastics. But this is it. Now that these are here, I can go ahead and install these top two screws, which are these over here. Which if you followed directions, you should have done those first. I don't, because I like sealing it here in the middle. I have not noticed a difference. So there's still quite a bit of gap. There's about 2 millimeter gap. All right, the second one's the one that goes tight all the way. And that's it. All right, front is complete. Now we go on to bag D. Bag D is the rear differential. So we're doing the same process, but now for the rear. The other thing too is I generally keep this bag and then I just stuff all the little bags in there. The cleaner you keep the table, the better. All right, those are there. And let me just show you the case. So this is the rear case. Notice how this one is flat. So let's go ahead and, well, once I fully assemble them, it'll be easier to tell. But this one's pointing up, this one's going to be horizontal. Also, the shock tower for the rear is much larger, mainly because you have larger shocks in the rear. That's generally the way it goes. The longer shocks go in the rear. All right, now I'm going to begin with the bearings. Separate this, so let's grab this. Just a little bit of alcohol, that's really all you need. A little blue towel. So this, just any rubbing alcohol will do. Make sure that some thread lock. And the reason why you want to clean them is when these are machined, sometimes there's still some machining oil residue on them. That's the reason why. All right, so this will go through. And don't forget that little shim. go. Just cleaning the excess off. Now that I have this, I can go ahead and grab the differential. And I will do the same thing. So I'm just putting a bead of grease. And that's it. That's really all the grease you need. Now, the orientation is the same. So point this to the left, teeth towards you, drop it in, and that's it. Once you drop it in, this is where you can sort of play with it, and this is a perfect fit on this part of the case. Then once you put the other case, the other side here for the gearbox, I mean, you can check. There's no need for the shims. Again, I have no idea how many shims, Tekno shims I have, way too many. Don't know what to do with them. Again, it's a Tekno, not an Arma. Now, if you're watching this, there's nothing wrong with Armas. They're great RTR vehicles, very durable. I actually have a Kraton. I think the MT is better. Maybe I'll make a video as to why I think the MT410 is better than the Kraton. Now, I'm referring to the 6S Kraton. Now, the 5 scale, I don't like it as much. It's way too big. It's way too big. Takes up too much space. So where I have my RC cars, it takes up the space of 2. So the Kraton 5S, which is the 8S, sorry, I said 5S, 5 scale. If you place it this way, you can fit 2 8 scales this way, and they take about the same amount of space. So that's something to think about. Plus, the runtime isn't that great either. It's just a massive vehicle. It makes sense, right? It's laws of physics. I mean, Kraton 8S seems really, really cool. But keep in mind, it's about a 30-pound vehicle. So as fun as it is hauling 13, 14 kilos, yeah, not really. I'll go with an 8S. Something else that you can do with these electric screwdrivers, you can just pulse them, and that'll do the trick as well. That's it. And just double check everything that works as well. So that's the rear. Now that they're complete, here you can really tell now the difference between the two. So if I were to place these side to side, that's not really working. I do it this way. Camera can't really do it. Well, here you can tell that's the front. Yeah, this one's relatively flat. This one really points up. All right, so bag E. The next 2 bags that you're going to be working with are going to be dealing with the suspension. And for bag E, just realized I didn't look at D manual. I was just doing it off memory. You're going to be working with the rear end, so this is going to go with this. So we're not going to be using this as of now. Now, the SCT410.3 is a heavy vehicle. This is a heavy short course truck. That's something to keep in mind. Once it's fully dressed, it's close to 3 kilos. This is all electronics, everything, battery. You're at about 3 kilos for something like this, which is heavy. But if you look at all the parts, there should be no surprise as to why it is so heavy. I mean, these are the arms. They are simply massive arms. To this point, I've never broken an arm, but that doesn't mean these are not indestructible. To be honest, you're gonna wear these arms, well, I don't know, it depends on how you drive. In my case, whatever arms I've replaced, it's because of wear, not because they're broken. Eventually, after using a vehicle for a really long time, parts are simply going to wear. It is natural. Then you're going to end up with excess play on the arms, and then you know it's time to replace them. Now, if it's a bashing vehicle, well, who cares? You can just drive them until they break, although I do not recommend that, and the reason why is they break and then you could lose some other pieces. Maybe your shaft will fall out, you could damage that. So keep that in mind. These actually break off relatively clean. All right, so these are those long screws that I was talking about that hold the rear bumper. These are the ones that will bend. So these will go back here. They hold the bumper onto the D-block and, well, they hold the bumper, the D-block onto the actual gearbox, this case, and those are the ones that bend. So just keep in mind that's perfectly normal. So if you're buying a used one and after a while you decide to remove that, don't be surprised if they're bent. It's normal. I'm not saying it's a good thing, I'm just saying almost every single vehicle that has been run a few times will have bent screws in the rear. All right, now I'm gonna start with these links. Now these links, we're gonna get one of these balls down the bottom. Let's go ahead and install these. And then they're gonna get one of these up top. And that's it for the link. It does not matter. There's actually no top and bottom on the plastic piece on the link itself. So what's gonna end up determining what part's the top, what part's the bottom is where these are located. So that's the bottom, that's the top. This part's the one that holds the sway bar. Anti-sway bar, really, these bars are not made to make the vehicle sway. They're made to prevent the vehicle from swaying. Anti-sway bar for sure. All right, now, let's see, which one's the D block? So the D block is this one right over here. It's the one that has these little bumps. The C block actually has a dip in the middle. The C block also has a longer tooth in here. This will key into the chassis. This one has a shorter area that will key in the rear. So the D block is going to end up getting, so this is stock. I'm building it stock. So the ones that I'm going to be using are the ones that, here we go. They have the little dot toward a corner. All right. Now make sure you trim these properly. If you do not trim them properly, they will not fit in here properly. These need to fit flush, and I actually installed this one wrong. Here we go. So I'm gonna hold it this way. That little dot needs to be down and in. So it should be here, right in this corner. That's if you want to go with the stock settings. Now later up, once you work with setup, you're probably going to change the orientation. But just for this, that's the position it goes in. So there's the D block. I'm placing it there on purpose because that's rear. Now we're going to go C block, so we're going to go down middle. So down middle. All right. So these pills, this is what's going to end up changing your arm. So it's going to be your toe based on the arms, right? Toe in, toe out. It's also going to be changing your kick up as well. So it does both things at the same time. Here we go, over here. So once you build it, do not throw these away, keep them. So you may want to change the setup. The other thing too is they wear out. So that's another reason to keep them. They simply will wear out after a while, depending on how much you drive it, which means that you're probably, just out of maintenance, you're probably going to have to replace them. C block, here we go. All right, so C block, so this is down, so the dots should be down here in the middle. Drop it for good luck, just don't lose it. Now the C and D block, all right, some of you already know what A, B, C, and D blocks mean. Somewhere on cars, you have the A pillar, B pillar. Sometimes there's a C, sometimes there's a D, depending on the vehicle. Maybe it's an SUV, maybe it's just a sedan. If it's a convertible, well, you only have an A pillar, really, that's fixed to the vehicle. It just refers to the block that's in front. The very first block's the A block, the second block's B, and then that's the third one, so it's C, and then D. That's all it means. All right, perfect. So now, go ahead and grab this. So this is the C block, and I can go ahead and grab the C block, and I'm gonna drive these two screws right through it. Long screws go on the back. I'm gonna save those for after, so toward the end. And I'm gonna line this up. All right, and there it is. All right, now the reason why I want to drive this in is because now I can actually put the pins in if I wanted to for the arms. I don't have to, I'm not going to. I'm actually going to work with the sway bar. So at this point, I need my 1.5 millimeter driver. Go ahead and grab that. And you have a lot of these little oppressor screws, these little set screws, grub screws. Put some thread lock compound. This will go in here. And one end of the sway bar will just go in there, and to make sure that the sway bar is flush. Now you don't have to build it this way. You can build some of the other components and then build this on. I am simply building it this way. Now, the nice thing about the SCT410.3 is it's been out for a while. since this video. I mean, I had one when the very first one came out. Well, it was the revision, so the 0.3. Before that, it used to just be a 410, but because some of the revisions they made to it were based on the buggy, the third iteration, that's why they called it a 0.3. So there's no 0.1, there's no 0.2, right? The very first one is just a 410, SCT410. And then 0.3 is just the second one. So this is only the second model. And if you find a nice used first gen, you can install the upgrades, which is one of the nice things. All right. So now that we have this, I actually made a mistake right now. So let me go ahead and correct it. I did not put these little things in here. So these little bushings go in here. So I'll just remove one of these out. And a set screw will go right in here. So right in that little hole. Now these are very, very important. You need these because these will hold the sway bar from going left and right. That way they don't shift too far one side or the other. And the reason why that's important is so that the sway bar works properly and evenly on both sides. So this will simply go in here and you will tighten it. Now it goes really close to the bend, which is where I'm going to set it. And you want to make sure this is horizontal. You'll see why, it's easier access. The other thing too about this is do not over tighten these, because if you over tighten them, you will damage them. These will start expanding as the little oppressor screw starts making contact with the sway bar. So really, once it makes contact with the sway bar and it no longer spins, that's it. That's really all you need. Maybe just a quarter of a turn more, and that's it. Now, this is your guide. You can grab this. See, this one's pretty good. That one's over there. Obviously, you can actually measure everything instead of doing it this way. But once one side is set, you can just use this as a guide for the other side. And this is being annoying. There we go. All right, a little bit of play, not too much. Here. So now I can actually go ahead and set this back. Now Tekno does make an array of sway bars. It just depends on how you're running it. If you're just bashing it, it's not going to make a difference. If you want it to handle like a monster truck, you're probably going to remove the sway bars just to get the full suspension play. This goes here. So this little cap, those little spikes, those go up. Go like that. So it follows the contour of the case from the gearbox. All right, now we have two important steps. One, these. So set these go on top. So they go on the top holes. And go ahead and do these by hand. I kind of want to do them with the electric screwdriver, but it won't take me long. As you can see, it doesn't really take that long. All right, now the sway bar needs to move freely. You have two more set screws to install. Those go in these little holes. The purpose of those is to eliminate that play. Because you can put thicker sway bars in here. I think you can go up to a 3mm. This one, it comes with a 24, which is a 2.4mm. You can go up to a 3mm. I don't remember if there's something bigger than that, but if you're driving this on dirt, there's no reason for you to use such a massive sway bar. The vehicle's just going to slip and slide as if it were on ice. But this is what you do. So I'm just going to drive it here. As soon as that sway bar starts moving, Perfect. All right, so the sway bar stopped moving. All right, so normally this is not good. But now what I'm going to do is I'm going to start backing this out. And then as soon as it drops, moves freely again, that's the adjustment. So now I have to do the other one. And I'll do the same thing to the other one. I'll drive it in until it just holds the sway bar. And then I'll back it out so it frees it up. And I am shaking it on purpose, that's so that swings, so that I know when it stops. And that's it. And that's the way it should fit. So that's how you set the sway bar. And now, see, not much play. That's what those are for. So if you replace this with a thicker one, you want to back those out, set the thicker one, do that. If you end up going with a lighter one, I think they do make a 23, maybe even a 22. Then you could actually get away with leaving them there, install the sway bar, and then just drive them in a little. That is it. These have to move freely. So at this point, I can now deal with the arms. Let's see, where's that? Oh, great. Some of you guys are watching this and laughing. So I grabbed the wrong case. That's the other reason why you should put the block. So luckily on the rear I installed that block, so it's very easy to tell which one's the front and rear. So easy that I grabbed the wrong one, but not a big deal. At least these are now threaded. So sway bar will go in here. Now that actual cover is the same, so it won't matter. I was looking at it and I thought, it's like, oh, this looks weird. There's no block. I did not remove it. All right. Feels good, everything's good. There's the block, everything's good. Now, just in case you're worried, just check them again. Notice how this is pointing up. That's definitely the front. But now we can go ahead and grab the pins. Now, you may need a number 19 drill or a 3mm. I believe it comes out to a 3mm for the arms. Maybe, maybe not. Most of these Tekno arms, to be honest, come very well made out of the factory. That one's good. Let's see, so the little shock part, this part goes toward the rear. And you will be able to tell as well because the sway bar links in the front part of the arms if you just hold it like this. And there's only one place those can go, and that's that hole. So you'll know if you put these backwards because the sway bar is not going to link. So here we go. And all right, I'm good. Flip this over. Now I can go ahead and grab the D block. So the D block, that tooth, that goes down because remember that's going to key on the chassis. And that'll go in there. And that's it. So this is what holds everything. We can go ahead and stick these in. Push them in. These should actually go in and then just like that. Oops. There we go. Now, these two screws are incredibly important not to over tighten. The reason why is you can warp the entire rear plastic of the bumper. You can destroy the threads inside of the plastic, and then you need a new case. So there's a variety of reasons you really do not want to over tighten these. So these I will definitely finish by hand. There, it didn't need much. All right, so now at this point, these very long screws, these are the ones that hold the lower part of the links. So I'll place the link. Just try to get the link in the correct position. right in there. All right. And can't seem to get this through. There we go. All right, so now I can. There we go. Now, when you're driving this, also make sure that you apply enough pressure so it actually threads. There we go. And the reason why is if you don't apply enough pressure, you'll just start cutting up the plastic and you'll destroy it. All right, perfect. So now at this point, let's see. All right, so I can go ahead and grab these and go. Trying a blank right now. Oh wait, these will go here. So these are important. Don't mix them up. These actually have a hex, so this will go in here, right in here. It's 2mm on this side. I believe that's a 2.5. And these will go right here in the arms. So the arms, notice they have these little holes inside, right in there. You can't really see because of the light. Right, there's one, right here. That's where the screws go. Now, the reason why it has a 2mm is so you can also go from underneath and then you can pull it out, move it in. And these are for droop. So these will adjust your droop. That's their entire purpose. The other thing too is, see, like I said, take your time. Don't build things at 3 a.m. in the morning. Yeah, don't build things at 3 a.m. in the morning. It's just a bad idea. I'm kidding, it's not 3 a.m. All right, so the chassis is gonna go here. There's two little ears. These will hit those ears and this will adjust the droop. So if you want more droop, what you do is you drive them in so that then the arm, this arm will be able to drop a little more. If you want less droop, you drive this out so that it stops earlier on. There we go. All right, now suspension moves freely, so this is perfect, and we are good to go. So now I can move on to the F bag. So the F bag is going to go ahead and finish the rear. Now be careful because you do not want to lose any parts. There's some small parts involved in this build process. Now another thing to note is the following. You can actually replace these. So you can replace these right here with the same ones as the MT410. There's actually kits that you can buy really, so just look for the, I don't remember the part number, but look for the kit and you can do the 17mm conversion. So if you want to run monster truck wheels that are 17, you can go ahead and use them. Or you can get the 2.8 Proline wheels with the 12mm hex. You just replace the inside. I believe it's 6 by 30mm, so 6 screws. 30mm in diameter. Which I really like 17. 17 millimeters, great. Going to go ahead and clean these up a little. All right. So like I said, an electric screwdriver will save you some time on a build, but you may not really notice the difference, and the reason why is most of your time is going to be spent doing this. So if you can find a way to do this more efficiently, that is truly, truly what will save you the most amount of time. All right, so I've laid everything out, and now I'm going to go ahead and get started. So these, the small bearing goes on the outside, so these will go on the outside, and then the large bearing will go on the inside. This large bearing will actually hold the pin in these drives. The other thing too is when you're pressing the bearings in, make sure that they're flat. They should go in smoothly. If it goes at an angle, it'll catch, and then you could destroy the plastic or the bearing if you force it in. So keep that in mind. Now, grease. You're gonna have to grease up these little tiny barrels. They have a little hole in them. So those have to be greased. And we have 2 pins right here. The pins, I believe, are the same size. I don't recall these being different sizes. But they need to go in through here, so if they fit through there, you are golden. But I do believe these are the same. They're all the same. They are. All right. So it doesn't matter which ones you use. Now these, go ahead and grease these up. So just put some grease. I don't know why I greased up the pins. Don't grease up the pins. I don't know why I did that. Well, it's not gonna hurt. Now, the rest of the grease, I'm just going to try to get it in here. I'm actually going to use a little more grease. So you want this to be really greased up. Now, really quick, on these vehicles, this is probably one of those parts that is most commonly neglected this here. So this is something that you will want to take apart from time to time and just check, clean, grease everything up. This is, again, maintenance that is many times overlooked. All right, once we have that, you can go ahead and grab one of these little barrels. Now, these holes, make sure that the hole, just letting it through, so the shaft's going that way, the hole is perpendicular. And the reason why is this is gonna go in right through here, and you're gonna drop the pin right through. And that's it. So that pin holds it, and then the bearing holds the pin. And that's it. Just like that. So that's one. Left, right, doesn't matter, they're identical. So again, we deal with this. Just set up the hole right out here. Perfect. That's it. Drop this in, and perfect. So that's what we need, right in here. At this point, you can actually go ahead and install the hexes if you wanted to, but I'm going to go ahead and get these started. So you're going to need these little oppressor screws, these little set screws. These will go right in there, and these should go in smoothly. You do need some thread lock compound, which I almost forgot to do. There we go. And there we go. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and finish this off. You don't have to finish this off, but you can. I will. You just go ahead and set the pin, and then once you set the pin, this, you're going to see two little gaps in there. That's where the pin goes. So let's see. So if you look at the gaps, all right, so it's these. Perfect. All right, so this actually pin shifted just a little. There we go. Perfect. All right, so that's the way it should seat. Now that it's sat properly, I can go ahead and tighten this. Wiping off the excess. That's it. I can move on. All right, this one already has it. So I'll go ahead and install the pin. There it goes. Now, the serrated knots that Tekno uses, these are amazing. They are great, very high quality, fabulous. If you happen to lose one, replace it with another similar nut. Don't use, for example, a Traxxas slash stock nut. It's just gonna fall out. So keep that in mind. The other thing too is it wouldn't fit because of different diameter. Traxxas pins might be 3mm. This is, I believe it's 4. Anyway, these are much larger, so they're not going to fit anyway. You're also gonna need an 8mm driver instead of a 7 for those. So that's something else to keep in mind. All right, now that we have those, we can go ahead and place these in here. Now, it doesn't really matter if you place them in there or not. Now, this is where the shims are gonna come into play. You can change the wheelbase with these shims, and these shims go out here on the outside. I just realized I'm on the wrong page. So again, it's just going off memory. So here are the shims. So the shims, these you're going to use for the wheelbase. If you want to bring this forward, if you want to bring it back. Generally, if you're running in a high traction application, let's just say you want to drive it in carpet, go toward the rear. Or a large track, a large fast track. If it's a small track or a slow track, you may want to move it forward, get a little more steering, let it be more nimble. So it just depends on your application, but I'm going to build it spec. So I'm going to use one of the larger shims in the rear and then a large and a small in the front, because that's what it calls for. And now the small. Large. All right, yes, you do get extras So let's see, large, large, large. All right, so we have a small, large, and then large. Now you have these pins right over here. Now these will take a nut on both sides. Just place one. And that's it. Now when you're tightening these, just put a driver on this side, hold this side, and then just keep turning. This will tighten here and there at the same time. So you don't need to tighten one side and then the other. You just work one side, or you can work them both at the same time. But here we go. So we'll go ahead and slide this in, place the first one, and then once I place the first one, this will go. Now make sure that the shaft is under the sway bar. You could also disconnect the sway bar if you accidentally make a mistake. Let's see. All right, so big and small. Big and small. We'll go ahead and slide these in. Right in there. And here we go. And that's it. Now this will go here, but to be honest, it's not going to stay until the link is in place, which I'll get to the link in a bit. Now again, I'm doing a large in the rear, so this will go in. So that's a large. So bigger diameter. I'll stick this in here. And now I want the large and the small. Sometimes it'll be really easy, and then sometimes this will happen. Now, this is happening mainly because I'm trying to get this in the camera unsuccessfully. There we go. All right, perfect. So that will go in there. There we go. So you should have 4 left over after these. And those are for your links. That's the reason why. All right, so now I can go ahead and do the same thing. Don't worry if the shafts are just dangling about. All right, there we go, perfect. And these, you really set, so if they do that, just move them down here. But you're not gonna set these until the links are ready. So if you just leave them like this, that's perfect. My biggest concern really would be that one of these would fall off. So that's really what you should be looking for. All right, so these are set. These are gonna go on your links. And then this is gonna go on the bumper. So the links. We have the 2 links here. Now the links, they do have a little mark. This is going to go on the left side. So just always put them on the left side. Some companies, that left side is a left-hand thread. For some companies, it could be different. So let's see. So here, this is actually a right-hand thread. That is correct. So Tekno's different. Associated, this would be left, I believe. X-ray, I believe this is left on the mark, but here it's right. But it doesn't matter, as long as you keep them all on the same side, generally they go on the left. And the reason why is, So if you go forward or back on each of the links, you're going to do the same action. Now, quick little note, I don't know if it says on the manual, I don't think it does. No, it does not, but apply some grease to the links. It'll just make it easier for it to cut through the plastic. That's the reason why. All right, so we have this. So this goes to the left. Now, notice these here. So some of them are at an angle, 2 of them are, the other ones are not. So this is the next page, and no, the manual doesn't show. So one of them is gonna go on the mark, the other one will not. So grab the links, one of these will go on the side the mark is. So I said this was right hand threaded. Just go ahead and grab this. This will make my life easier. Here we go. I'm gonna grab this. Now this one is left-hand thread, which means it's going to tighten, go in the opposite direction. And this is the way most of these links work, and the reason why is so that when you move the center link, it tightens them both or loosens them both. If they were the same thread, then they would stay the same length. The screw would just be traveling left or right inside of them. So make sure that you started these off well before you stick a driver in here and start spinning, because sometimes this can wiggle and then you'll drive it in crooked. All right, there is something that I need. So these should be 25.5 millimeters. And, well, the gap. So I'm gonna go ahead and set this to 25.5. There we go, 25.5. And just to preserve battery, which is, all right, so I need to hide all the threads and then some. All right, so this is the left-handed side. All right, so I can no longer see the threads, so I'm gonna go 1, 2. And this one's right. And I can know, there we go. There we go. So it'll be 1, 2. All right, let's go ahead and measure. All right, so I need to tighten this. This is the right hand. So I'll go 1. left hand. 1. All right. A little tighter, but that's all right. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and do the links. Now this goes here. So this one by default, because that's on the left side, that's on the left side, this is the left end link, which means that if you look at these little barrels here, the rounder ones, these go on the outside, and then this one's gonna go on the inside. So I can go ahead and press this in, and this larger flare, this is going to go towards the shock tower. So you start with the small side, that's the side you press in. I'm just going to grab, and with my hand I'm actually pushing or pulling this way so that the plier can pull this side and this can just go straight through. Now this one here, this one's not going to matter which direction just because of the shape. And be just like that. So keep this in mind, the orientation of this is important. All right, so we have the mark. So mark goes on the left side, which means now we're going to do this one. So this one's going to be the right hand thread. Right, that got it started. All right, so the only thing I was doing, just because I was having difficulty, is I just placed this, applied pressure down. So I'm holding this part here, and then I'm turning the little turnbuckle so that it starts threading in. That's what I was doing. Let's see, so now I can do this. Let's see, all right, so this one's right-handed. So I can go ahead and work this one. So if you just thread on and then you back it out a little and then thread on again, it'll take out, I don't know if you can see, but there's some excess material, some excess plastic. Camera's not really zooming in. So the material that it's cutting through to actually thread, it'll spit it out. That's the reason why. All right, so this one I can no longer see the threads. No, that was the right hand, so this is the left hand. And right. It's like I'm knitting. Let's see. All right, so let's go ahead and do 1, 2. All right, go ahead and measure. This is the left-handed. And this is the right hand. There we go, perfect. All right, now this one, So this is the right side link. Because it's the right side link, I'm gonna grab this barrel. The flared side, that's gonna go in through the back like this, and I'm gonna drive it that way. There we go. Perfect. Now at this point, so the links are complete. I can go ahead and fit this in here. I'm going to turn this way. Now I'm going to go ahead and install the screws. Now, the stock setting is the middle hole. So it's the middle hole right here. So I'm gonna go ahead and grab this link. Again, this is going to slope down, or this thing points up, I guess. That's the best way to look at it. So because this points up, it'll go this way. Go ahead and do this. Now it is very, very important that you do not over tighten this side. And the reason why is the nut actually keys in. So if you over tighten it, that nut is going to spin in place, and then it's not going to be easy to tighten. You're going to have to grab some pliers and then just hold the pliers on. Versus here, the plastic is holding the nut in place. So that's it, right? Just lightly snug, that's all you need. Now, this screw is going to go through the shock tower, and it's going to go on the outer lower hole. So outer lower hole. Again, these are settings that you can change later on depending on how you want to adjust your roll center, or if you want camber gain as well. This one's always a pain. All right, so this one. All right. Now again, these little marks go on the left side. This goes over here. Make sure that shaft is in. Actually, the shaft doesn't have to be in initially, as long as it's in by the time you fully attach the link. So the very first screw, this one here, that shaft can be out. It won't matter. All right, here we go. So lower. So I'm just using my 2.5 and then my 5mm driver. Or is this a 5.5? I always forget. 5.5, sorry, I apologize. All right, and that is it. So the links are there. Now I just need to finish up the bumper. Now the bumper, this is marked. So this is top right here on one of the sides. Guess what direction that goes? Goes to the top. Now we also have this piece. So this piece is going to screw on right over here. and it'll go like this, and then this will go this way. So that'll just click on right in here, and that will go over here. So it'll be just like this. So I have to go ahead and drive these in. I'm actually going to start with this other section. Do not over tighten these. This is very, very important. And the reason why is you're just going to smash this thing in. All right, that's it. And this is one of the reasons why I do this section first, so that this is flexible and can bend down so I can get those screws in. All right, number 2. That's it. So if you over tighten this thing will get really, really compressed and squished together. That's the reason why you want to be careful. So at this point, I can go ahead and drive all of these screws. Now these were 2.5s, these are going to be 2 millimeters. So I have to go ahead and switch the bit. Make sure you apply pressure. That's it. Do not over tighten. That is probably the best advice I can give you when you're using some of these tools. Just be very, very careful. All right, here we go. All right, and that is the rear. So now with the rear complete, now I can move on to bag G, and bag G is just going to be the front. So we are, there's F. All right, here we go. So we're gonna be doing the same thing, essentially. All right, so here we go. So the whole build process for this section is going to be the same. And once you build the rear, you should be familiar with the front. The arms are obviously different, but everything assembles in the same fashion. So we're gonna go ahead and take these, and I will go ahead and set sway bars first. Well, these little end links. So this will go in here. Those are good. So we're going to do the same process. These little round ones will go right in here. So this will determine the bottom side, right in there. Then make sure that the other one gets the other one. And now we can go ahead and install those longer ones. Now, sometimes when you're pressing these in, if it doesn't go all the way in and it just partially goes in, you can just lift or apply some pressure and it'll just click in. That's really all you need to do. All right, so now I can go ahead and place these right in here. Now this does come with a larger sway bar in the front, and by larger I mean this is a 26, so it's a thicker one. There's more tension in it. And usually that's what you're going to be running. You're going to be running a larger sway bar in the front than the rear. So chances are, if you go up, let's just say to a 28 in the front, you're probably going to go to a 26 in the rear. Now keep in mind that the front and rear sway bars are not interchangeable. So you are going to have to buy those sway bars. So if you go to a 30 in the front, you're probably going to go to a 28 in the rear. Now, if you're wondering what this little hole is for, this hole is so you can see the numbers, so you can easily see what sway bar you're running. That's what that is for. So you can also use the number as a guide. There we go. Right, I can go ahead and grab the diff case. Now, luckily, because of a previous mistake, this is already threaded. Go ahead and grab these. Place them here. And just for fun, I'm going to do this. So you save a little bit of time, but again, not much. It really just makes it easier for one. That's really it. One gets less tired because you're not spanning these screws. And make sure this is right to the edge. This one apparently I tightened a little too much, so let me back it out. There we go. And again, you may need to ream the arms. Maybe, maybe not. As long as they move freely, it's fine. Here we have the two arms. Now again, massive arms. These are very large arms. So you're really not going to... I'm gonna say there's no short course out there that's a kit or RTR that really beats a Tekno as far as durability. Just being tough. All right, Now we're going to go ahead and grab our blocks, and we have the following. This is the A block. So the A block's the one with the hump. This is the B block. This one, I strongly recommend you replace this with the aluminum one. The reason why is this A block, as you're driving, let's just say you take a hard impact on a wheel or an arm over here, you're going to snap this right down here, or the other side, depending on which side you hit it. So this is a must upgrade part. I'm not sure how much the block is. I want to say it might be about $25 as of this video, but definitely get the other one. I'm going to be building this spec, so I will be using this block. Now for the A block, you want to use the middle dots, which are these two. Just trimming them. And that is it. Now for the B block, you want the middle bottom. So middle bottom. Here we go. They're all the way over here. Oops, middle bottom, and middle bottom. All right. So again, middle bottom, that's that, and that. These are gonna go on the B block. So the B block, it's just A, B. And this goes this way, the dot goes down, just like this. And we'll grab this, we'll go right in there. So the B block is actually the one I will be installing first. Now we have the A block, so the A block will go like this, and this one, I mean, they're right in the middle, so you don't have to worry about anything, you just have to worry about popping them in. But that is it. So they are. I'll just let them sit right in there. Go ahead and grab the B block. The B block will go just like this, right in here. And I will go ahead and grab these two screws. So you're using these countersunk screws. They should be the only shorter countersunk screws that you have. There's going to be some really long countersunk screws, but those are going to go in through the front. And these, I'm actually going to start by hand. That. There we go. Right. So that block is there. So now at this point I can go ahead and drop the pins. Now these arms, these curves, these actually face rearward, so they'll go like this. Now one of the things too to help you out with Tekno is that smoother side that goes toward the bottom, and you can orient them this way. So this goes toward the back. That's where the shock will go. This is where the sway bar will go. So if you think about it, right, sway bars toward the rear, that goes toward the rear. I'm going to go ahead and slide this in. Oops. There we go. Now, right now it's just catching because this is crooked, so it's as it does this, it actually applies more pressure on the pin. Oops, on the block, there we go. But, all right, so. All right, now I can put the A block on. The A block. Now the important thing about the blocks is, remember, these things key onto the chassis, so this should be facing down. And that has clicked in, so that is perfect. I can go ahead and hold the arms. The long screws will go in right through there, right through there. And that's where they go. So go ahead and drive these in. It should be, yes, 2mm. Now I do not want to tighten them all the way yet. Now I do. All right. All right, good. All right, good. So now I can go ahead and install the sway bar. And here we go. There we go. So I can go back to that 2.5. Again, don't forget to apply pressure. Oh, this one slipped out. Let's go ahead and place this in here again. There we go. That's it. All right, now I only have 2 screws and 2 little pressers. And I did this again. All right, so these will go here, but they go in through the bottom. So these are those screws again, just like the other ones, right? There's that 2mm driver and 2.5 on this side. So these, again, are to help you set the droop. Now, once you start adjusting the droop, that's where you want to check, make sure these arms droop the same left and right. You want to do that with these shocks detached. It's a lot easier and more accurate to do so. But right now we need to finish up the sway bar. So here, I guess I'll do that. I should have done this step before attaching them to the arms. I'll do that. All right. There. But you can do it with the arms as well. If you're going to do it with the arms attached, I'd recommend you have the wheels, just the wheels can apply some weight. But the best way to do is not attach them to the arms. But this is fine, it'll work. Plus you can always base it off feel. All right. There we go. Should be a little bit of play, but not too much. All right, now at this point, we can go on to bag H, and that'll finish this off. So the shafts are going to be the same process as the rear. There isn't going to be much difference there. As assembling those little drums, everything. The major difference is really going to come in the hubs. So the hubs, that's what will change. And you have these little links here. So there is a left and a right. You can't put that on the right side. So that's something to keep in mind. And these marked left, right. I don't remember if these are marked. But anyway, they are different, so that's something you're going to have to pay attention to. But let's go. Am I on the right page? I skipped. Oh, here we go. I skipped accidentally. I was looking at the wrong page. I don't know how I flipped this book. Maybe the pages stuck together. All of a sudden I was in the steering. So I have that there. Let's go ahead and take these out. All right. We have these. Set screws, pins, the little barrels. All right, bearings. So I'm going to go ahead and do the bearings. So again, the big bearing goes in the back, smaller bearing goes in the front. And we do the same thing over here, just like that. And we are set. Now, I have not decided fully what I dislike doing the most, if it's assembling turnbuckles or the shocks. I guess it depends on the turnbuckle. No, or maybe the shock. If it's shocks with E-clips, I strongly dislike them, mainly because I dislike E-clips. All right, these are all the same. These little barrels, those are gonna go in there. Actually, these are the long ones. These will go in the arms. Here we go. So we have these. Now I can open this bag. These will go with the set screws. These will go here. Now, at least with these turnbuckles, the rod ends are the same, so it's not going to matter which rod end goes left or right. Right. These shorter hats, these are the ones that are going to go in here. Half of that. Those screws, those little barrels go here. These, just keep them off to the side. Those little screws, these are for the steering. You should have a total of 8 of these washers. That's 2, 4, perfect 8. Here we go. So, you're going to take 4 of these washers. These 4 washers are going to go right in through the screw. Actually, it's not 4, it's 2. Start off with 2. I apologize. Grab your 2mm driver, and right here, there's a little hole. So these will go right in there. And this is your, sort of your bump, your steering bump stop. Now, to be honest, you should be setting your endpoints, but these are still important. The reason why is if you take a really hard impact, it'll stop your steering from it overextending, possibly breaking your servo gears or damaging some other component. All right, so 2 of these washers. These will go right in this hole, the other knuckle. and they're going to be sort of at an angle, just like this. So contact here and contact up here. Go ahead and place this right here. Now, I'm going to go ahead and assemble these. So I'm going to need some grease for those little barrels. Go ahead and grease. All right, so it's set. All right. And it's the same process, so make sure that the hole goes through here. So that way, once you install the pin through this, hopefully it just goes right through without much problem. I'm gonna go ahead and do that. Oops, there it goes. That's all right, I'll just use another pin to back it out, no big deal. And as I mentioned when I was assembling the rear ones, this is a common neglected part. Maintenance, you really want to take these apart from time to time and then just clean them out, re-grease them. Especially if you're driving in dirt, sandy, locations, things like that. The answer is no, I do not like driving my RCs near the beach, on the beach, anywhere involving a beach. I just don't. It's a great way to destroy them, all that salt water. All right. That is it. And the front ones are especially important. They're all important, but these are especially important because that's your steering. That's the reason. So keep that in mind. Go ahead and grab one of these set screws. Drive a pin through it. And once you do that, set the hex. Make sure that clicks on. That's it. Now, do not over tighten these. You do not want to damage that hex, but make a note of the distance that is here before the threads begin. So when it's fully assembled, that's the only play. Camera's not focusing, but that's the only play. There should be very little play. Well, I'm saying very little, but there shouldn't be that much play. If there's a lot of play, then the hex probably did not seat properly on that pin. That's something to keep in mind. So I'll go ahead and show you here. So when you drive the pin in, so the pin is sitting right here, this hex, notice the orientation, will go in here. It needs to go all the way in. If it's sat outside of that, there's going to be way too much play. And you're going to wear some components down faster than they should. I'm just holding it like this to make it easier for me to hold everything together. I'll wipe the excess. All right, and that is that. All right, I'll grab one of these, and I'll grab, here we go. So now grab the short little hats. There's these short ones, and then there's the long ones. The long ones go in the arms, the short ones go here. They hold the caster block with the knuckle. Now this cutout, notice that, that's where the steering goes. This goes up, that's where the steering goes. So if you grab one of these, you line it up, notice that is backwards, this has to go down. So then it's this one. So your steering, actually, no, hold on. This goes up. So this goes up, so this was the correct one. So this will go this way, there's the cutout. This goes up like this. And yes, is the correct way. And I'll show you an easy way. Well, an easy way would be to follow the manual pictures. But here we go, perfect. The nut's gonna go toward the bottom, that's why. So if you notice, that's the little pocket where the nut goes, so that has to face down. And that's it. And that little cutout, this is where the steering, that's where it bumps. That's how you know as well. So notice the orientation. Or just look at it this way. The big rounded area, that goes forward. Just look at it that way. It's probably the easiest way. Now grab these shorter screws. These are going to be the 1404s. These, I believe, are 12 millimeters. They are. I guess I could have just looked at the manual. It's scale. Now these I like driving in by hand, and the reason why is if you drive it with an electric screwdriver right away and they go in crooked, you just damaged your part. So I'll start it off, but notice how far out it still is. And the reason why is I want to get the bottom started. Now if you started at the bottom, that's fine. Just do the same thing, and then the top one will be the next one. So this one I can actually start driving in. And I like doing these by hand. I do not use the electric screwdriver. There we go. And we're set. This moves as it should. And we'll go ahead and place this here. And place that there. And now I just need to do the top one. Now there I accidentally drove the screw all the way in. Luckily it did go straight, but you want to be careful when you do that. Here we go. Right in here. And then always test, make sure everything moves freely as it should. And we are good. The turnbuckles to the end. Well, not really to the end, but close to it. And put those nuts right over there. All right. We'll go up here. Perfect. Now, at this point, I feel like I'm missing some parts. Oh my God. Never mind, they're right there. All right, perfect. So let me go ahead and install these little hats. So these little hats will go in the arms. They'll go right in here. I actually like these. The, what is it? NB 48 2.0 has now pills in the front, and I strongly dislike pills. It's supposed to give you more tuning options. Sometimes I feel like there's too many tuning options. All right, here we go. So this will slide right in. Now I can go ahead and grab a screw, and it's the same process as before. Start driving one in. Now start driving the other side. Once this side starts going in, now I can go all the way, and I do the same thing over here. So now this one goes all the way in. Now I have damaged these before in the front and in the rear, and the reason why is just from tumbling at high speed. So imagine going over 50 miles an hour with the vehicle and then taking tumbles. So this will hit the tires really hard eventually, especially if you're still running, still power. You'll actually bend these, and these are very, very strong. So you can imagine how much force was applied to them for them to actually bend that way. That's something to keep in mind. Go. Now make sure that the shaft goes under the sway bar. If not, well, once the links are there, if not, you're going to have to either remove a link or remove a sway bar. Well, actually a link from the sway bar or a link from this, the camber link. So let's go ahead and send this through. There we go. I'm just trying to line this up. There we go. All right, so this is lined up. So now I can go ahead and now washers, you can always add and remove washers here on the bump steer, so keep that in mind. Just make sure that you do that step. All right, now we can work with the links. So the links, same process as the other. You do not need to add grease. I am just adding grease to make this easier. Well, I think it makes it easier. Maybe it doesn't. You can comment below. Try one with grease, try one without grease. But again, you have the little line, the little mark right in here. And with Tekno, the mark, so the marks, just put them all on the left, but the mark, this one is actually right hand thread. just grab these. All right, so these front ones are actually shorter. These are 20.5 millimeters. Let's see. So all right, so this one's the right hand. All right. Now with these, you don't want to turn them too fast. One of the things that you're going to notice is because of the friction and how tight these get hot. They probably get hotter than some of the other turnbuckles, which is something to keep in mind. And part of it is probably because the material is so thick, it's so tight to go in there. The threads are also massive. And that's something to keep in mind. You don't want to overheat it. At least that's my idea. If you actually feel it, considering how hot the material gets and how much of that material is there, that's a lot of energy due to friction. That's converted into heat. Let's see, so this one is right hand. Oh, this one was already there. All right. Now these I'd already, oh, that's a lot. Yeah, wow, that's a lot. You can also use the image, but to be honest, I'd rather measure with calipers. Let's see, so this is the right hand, so we'll go 3 turns. Probably need to go 4. All right, so that's 4 turns. This is left hand. I know I said left hand, totally screwed this up. So now I need to go 8 turns the other way. 0. Now I'm at those 4 turns I originally wanted. And I still have a long way to go. All right. So this is going to be my left. So this will tighten this way. All right, I'll do 3. And so this one is my right hand. There we go. All right, that one is set. Yes, this is my right hand. So I went 7 on this one. Maybe I need to go 8, but we'll worry about that later. So this will be left. All right, so that is 7. May have gone too far. Just a bit. And it's this one. So this one need to go 6. So this is my left hand. Let's go ahead and try this. Just a bit more. And I'll do the same one. This is my left hand. Alright, so if I go right. See? All right. Half a turn, so I'll go back half a turn. Perfect. All right. Now, before you start installing these, the first one is not really going to matter. It's the second one you really need to pay attention to. So, let me go ahead and drag these in. Again, you're going to use, there's two different cut types in there. There's the short and there's the long with the really long flare side. So that little short one, that very first one doesn't matter where you put it. The next one will matter. So this short will go here at the end. So because I placed it here and the little mark is on the left side, this has to go on the right side of the vehicle now, which means that when I install this little barrel right in here, the flared side, this has to go facing forward because this will actually attach through the rear. So this will have to go this way. Let me go ahead and drive this in. There we go, perfect. So this is the right side end. Now this will go on the left side. So there's the mark, this goes over here. Now I can grab this really flared side, that will go over here. So imagine that's the front of the vehicle, left is toward the bottom of the screen, so it's gonna go left to right, just like this. There we go. And then this one will just go in there. Just like that. All right, they go like this. I'm going to go ahead and switch them this way. Place them right in here. And now the screws, these are actually going to go front to back, and they're going to go in the middle inside hole. That on the lower, so middle inside. This will go here. The flared part goes toward the front. And I will just place this here. I'll tighten everything at the end. This screw will go in here. And stock setting, I'm going to go on the very outer part. So I'm going to go in the B hole. The B hole is the outer hole. The A hole is the inner hole. So as you can see here, you have A and B. Tighten everything at the end. All right, so again, flared side. Flared side toward the shock tower. Now, this side, notice this is perfect. This side, the shaft is out. You want to make sure that the shaft is in place. If not, you're going to end up removing the link again. Now, the tolerances are very tight. So the reason why it seems like this does not want to go in is probably because that little barrel's at an angle, so it's cutting into the plastic. So you just have to wiggle it a little. There we go. Turning this around, 2.5 millimeter. Do not over tighten this because again, this plastic right in here, this is what holds the nut. And it's interesting, it's actually spinning. This is the first time this happens. It's not even fully tight. So I'll have to get some pliers. Just like that. So I'm just holding the nut and the plastic. And that's it. Just hold it lightly. Do not over tighten. As soon as it's barely snug, that's all you need. It's a nylon nut, so it'll be fine. Huh, this side too. Barely snug, perfect. And we'll get our 5.5mm driver. Here you can actually turn them both. Just make sure that you're turning them the opposite direction. All right, now we can go onto the next side. So the next side is going to have the steering. Then after the steering, we're actually going to open up that chassis. I will go ahead and open up the chassis now. And I'll place it over here. Now this side with the kick up, this is actually the front, so that'll go there. And now I can open up the other bag. So I'm actually going to take a quick little break. All right, there we go. Bag eye is the steering. So the steering is pretty straightforward, but I will be honest, installing this can be a pain every single time. And that's for the servo saver. So it's nice that it does come with a servo saver here, but even though it has a servo saver, I'll be honest, the plastic horn, you're probably still going to break it. So I do recommend that you get rid of it and get the aluminum horn. So the aluminum horn is a better option. Now let's see, these, I believe we need 4 and 4. 1, 2. All right, there we go. These are gonna go in here. And we have more turnbuckles. Luckily, these are the last turnbuckles. All right, so this is the spring. Now, the spring, just go ahead and compress it, get some pliers. Just be very careful this thing doesn't shoot out. There we go. That's it. And the challenging part is this. So there's this nut, this one right here. This one will go in here, but it has to thread with the spring in it. That's what can be a challenge. Now, this is pretty straightforward. You grab this, notice this little cutout in here. Well, it's not cut out, that's the way it's molded. But this will key right in. I'll just go in there. It'll just fall in place. So that piece of plastic will hold this in. Now, something to do is do add thread lock compound on here. Even though you have a spring, it's still a good idea to use it. Now, we have the following. So here we go. All right, so you're gonna need this one right here. And this one, this is really your steering. This is what activates the entire thing. So first you drop it for good luck, and then after you drop it for good luck, you go ahead and place it. Now, when you place it, let me see orientation. So this should be over here. There we go. You're gonna end up with something like this. So if you place it this way, that top section, make it point left, and then the one you're inserting on the bottom, make that point away from you. And that is it. So after this, just grab the spring. The spring's gonna seat right in here, so you have that little plastic lip, and the spring will just go right in there. And this is where it gets challenging. Part of the reason why it gets challenging is because I like going left, and then once I feel a little click, then I start going right to avoid cross-threading anything. But that can be difficult. Now, this is where it seats. So this little lip, this goes toward the spring. And notice the threads are right there. They're right there. So there's no threads over here. You can't really make a mistake. O-ring's gonna go over here. Now, I am going to put a little bit of oil. You can put a little bit of oil, a little bit of grease. I'll put some grease. And this will simply create some friction. That's all it will do. And that just goes inside. So this is one of the reasons why it can be a challenge. If you get it on the first try, well, good for you. Let's see. So here, I'm gonna skip the whole going left bit. Wow, that went in smoothly. All right, take everything back. This is as smooth as it gets. Now, here, you're gonna end up driving it all the way through, and then once you drive it all the way through, you just back it out 3 times. So that's something you wanna keep in mind. Now, I recommend that you go ahead and just get a socket or something that is this size, maybe even a wrench that's the correct size, and go ahead and do this. And the reason why is if you get something that is not this size, you're gonna start damaging this. Now, yes, you're probably not gonna be using it or removing it that often, but why damage something that didn't need to be damaged? All right, let's go ahead and switch. All right, don't try to torque it down and tighten it like crazy. All right, so I'm gonna begin here. It'll be one. So my base is, I want these to be perpendicular. That's 1. Screwed that one up, didn't I? That'll be all right. Would be right about there. It's about 3 clicks. There's 4 in that extra one. Yeah, that would be right. All right. Now, that was simply, that box wrench was simply what I had. Here was close. I don't want to grab the other ones. You can use whatever. All right, so this is now ready. So now that this is ready, we can go ahead and install everything. Oh, this is plastic, interesting. MT410, I believe this is aluminum on the MT410. So that's another piece you could upgrade later if you wanted to. I don't recall these being plastic. Anyway, it's been a while since I've built one of these. I've been building MTs, but here we go. So bearings, go ahead and get the larger bearings. You're gonna need a bearing on top and a bearing on bottom. These will just slide in. That is it. And you do the same thing over here. So bearing there, bearing here. Now, these could fall off. You could put a little bit of grease just to keep them in there, but it's no big deal. You really don't need it. All right, we have the following screws. So at this point, we need these little guys, and these little guys will go here. So again, top and bottom. Let's go ahead and line them up. There we go. Those will go in there. Now, oops. Now we use these little hats. Now these little hats, they go in through the bottom. Will go in there. One of the things that you will notice about these is they have a little, notice that you can use a wrench. So these are hexed right in there. Or for these, you can actually just use pliers. Again, use wrench would be better. I'm probably gonna end up using pliers. All right, now that it's here, we will go ahead and grab this. Now, notice one side is smoother than the other. So this is not as smooth, this is smoother. This is the top part. So this goes on top. The other thing too is notice these little cutouts. So this is opened right in here. These go toward you, toward the back. So that would be forward, this will be back. I'm going to orient them this way. This will go in here. And I will be using the center hole. Let's see. So I'll be using one of these screws. Sure it goes from the top. All right, I have to use the driver to help me. So I'll leave that there. Oh, sure that's not where the screw goes. I apologize. These are going to be holding it in. So they go here. Apologize. Let me go ahead and put some thread lock compound though. And holding it correctly, this will go in here. Do not over tighten this. Yes, it should move freely, so just double check that, make sure everything works. I'm gonna hold up on this bearing, it fell out from here. Now the next one, so grab the other one. This will go, remember, goes up from the bottom. This will go here, let's see, there we go. A little bit of thread lock compound. That's it, snug is all you need. Everything moves freely, perfect, bearings, it's just this one up here. So I'll go ahead and just place it there now. And I'll set this off to the side. And now two more turnbuckles. Again, you do not have to apply grease. I'm just doing it because I think it helps. Maybe it doesn't help. There we go. Now, if we look at these, they're all the same. So it doesn't matter which one you begin with. But again, you want to look at the lines. Remember, those lines, those are going to go on the left-hand side. Now, for Tekno, the side with the line has a right-hand thread. Now, why? I have no idea. I don't know if the majority do it this way. I mean, most of the vehicles, other brands that I can recall, they go the other way. go. All right, now this one should be left hand. So I'll start turning this one to the left, just counterclockwise. There we go. All right, there's one. So I'll do the measurement, the final measurement, once I assemble this one as well. So I'll look for that mark. There's the mark. So this will be right hand. So one of the things that I'm doing is I'm correcting the way it's going in so that it doesn't go in crooked or at an angle. So right now I'm doing the side with the little mark, which is the right hand thread. Stop there. And now, I should have left this on, I will be doing the left hand thread. So this is the side without the mark, so this one actually spins left. All right, so I'll go ahead and measure. And you want it to be approximately 2850, so 28.5 millimeters. All right, I am going into too much trouble because it's approximate. You're gonna adjust this once everything's fully built. There we go. So 2850, I'll do that to conserve battery. All right, I need to close this quite a bit. I need to close them both quite a bit. All right, so we'll go ahead and do this. So this is the left-hand thread. I'm gonna go probably two turns on this side and then 2 turns on the other. All right, this is the right hand thread. All right, so 2 turns. There we go. Too much. So I'll back these out half a turn. And the reason, let's see, this is right hand thread. Right. The reason why I'm doing half a turn is to get just half the distance from both sides. All right, and this one is left hand. All right, just making sure. Oh wait, this is left hand. I just said it was left hand. So I have to go the other way. There we go. Not quite. Should have gone a full turn. Now I'm stuck doing half turns on each one again. There we go. All right, so let's do this one. It's the right hand, so we'll do 3. I'll go ahead and just do 3. And there we go. It's too far. Should have gone just 2. This is the left hand. Just double check I need one turn on the other. Yep. This, 2. This. I think half a turn on this one. 2. All right, there we go. Now, we need to install these, and these are all the same, but orientation will matter. So they're gonna go opposite directions. So grab these, this is on left-hand side, and this is on left-hand side, so they'll go this way. That's the front of the vehicle, this is the back of the vehicle. So the one on the outer end is gonna go underneath. It'll go down. So we'll go in through the bottom. Oop, too far. There we go. And this one's gonna go in through the top. And once they're set in, you can just put it off to the side and do the next one, or you can go ahead and install this one. That way you have the orientation. It's up to you if you're afraid of mixing them up. So again, the inside goes to the top. So here it's bottom, top, top, bottom. So the 2 inner ones are gonna go in from the top. And this one goes in through the bottom. Perfect. All right, so at this point, just grab one of the screws. You're gonna put 4 washers. So that's the box setting. You can add, you can remove, it's up to you later on, but I'm just gonna do a stock one. So there's the screw, here's the link, and this will just go in through the bottom. And I can go ahead and place this in the center hole. Again, you have adjustments forward, back. I'm just gonna do stock, which is a good setting to get started. And the nut is spinning in there, so we'll have to use pliers. Snug is all you need. Do not over tighten because this is plastic. You're gonna warp it, destroy it. Don't wanna do that. Again, there is an aluminum piece. Just look for the MT410 part, so that one's aluminum. So earlier on, I mentioned how you could buy the MT kit and then just swap out arms, suspension. You would have to swap out arms, links. I believe you can keep the sway bars, I'm not sure. But it's the arms, I'm trying to remember, and the shock tires, and then just turn MT into a short course if you really wanted to. Because the MT does have some nice components already included, such as this aluminum piece. Keep in mind though, because it is a 17 millimeter, the MT, you're gonna have to go with the 17mm short course wheels. I forget who makes them. I don't remember if they were Arma. Arma used to have a 17mm. I believe, I could be wrong. I mean, keep in mind, if you have an Arma Typhoon, you can turn that into a Senton. All right, there we go. And this is set, so now we can go over to J. So here we have the front bumper spring, bumper spring, center brace, that top brace for the steering, and everything else. So now we are getting a lot closer to actually finishing up that front end. So after this, we will pretty much finish the front end. All right, let's see. All right. There we go, 4 and 4, so it should be a total of 8. Perfect. And go ahead and get started. These are going to go in here. All right, so these, notice that oval, the way they're cut. That goes in here in this little oval in the chassis. So if you see this, this is going to go in here, and it just screws in through the bottom. Now, I should go ahead and separate all of these because there are different sizes. Actually, I think these are all the same. It's just button screws versus countersunk. Here we go. So we're gonna need 2 countersunks. Go ahead and apply a little bit of thread lock compound. And as I keep mentioning, make sure that you're using the blue stuff. Do not use the red stuff. And the reason why is once you want to take it apart to do maintenance, or maybe you have to replace a part, yeah, good luck taking it apart. Make sure this keys in, and then once it keys in, just sort of hold it in place for when you're tightening it. The reason why is you do not want this to tighten on the outside and then spin and damage the chassis. So notice this is just keyed in, that's it. Snug is all you need, do not overdo it. Let's go ahead and do the other one. There we go. And there. All right, make sure that the bearings are seated properly. You don't want them to pop out. That's pretty much it. Now, I'm going to go ahead and install this. So this brace goes here, and I should have installed the brace, to be honest, before I placed the steering. That way I could flip this over, but it doesn't seem like it's really going to make much of a difference. I'll go ahead and use the electric screwdriver for this one. And you're using the countersunk screws. And now I can use the other ones. Well, I can install the other one, I should say. Now, notice I did not tighten this brace all the way, and that's on purpose. I'm not going to tighten it until both screws are in. Just makes it easier to line up things. That's it. And this is the reason why you want to hold off on the steering. It's just one bearing. There we go. All right. And as you can see, everything moves freely. Check, we are good. All right. Now, go ahead and mount this here on top. And all of this stuff should be keying in. It really should just key in. I'll put the center differential here off to the side, bumper up to the side as well. This is going to go right on top, and it goes this way. So these ears, these go toward the rear of the vehicle. This is going to tie the bell crank, and it's going to be fit just like this. So you should feel this just click in. Here, let's see. All right, so that is perfect. Perfect, there we go. Oops, moved it. And it's 5 screws on top. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's what we have. Now I should have 4 of these. Good. Too short, too long. These are going to go on the bottom. The long ones are in the front for the bumper, but I'm going to deal with the top. So I want these button head screws. You have 5 of these button head screws. These go at the top. I'm going to start by the center brace. I am not going to tighten it fully, so it's still loose. Now I will do the top 2. There. There we go. Go. Just drop it once for luck, maybe twice. There we go. And now I can do the other ones. Now, because these are going into those thin aluminum cylinders, I am going to do them by hand. Can you do them with the electric screwdriver? Sure you can. There's no need, to be honest. You can spin this so quickly without it. It's not going to save you any time. If anything, you probably just run a higher chance of stripping something. All right, so now I'm going to drive these fully, and I'm going to start with these steering ones, those little towers. All right. Now these I could use. Now when you're doing this, that's all you do. So once you're really, really close, just engage the trigger, but hold this light so that the kick just kind of sort of turns it. You don't strip anything. Check again. Everything moves freely. Perfect. That's the way it should move. And now I can go ahead and turn this over. Now, before I turn it over, notice this. There's a hole right in here. Do not forget to put that screw in. That's this screw right over here. Keep that in mind. So this will go right in here. Not installed the bumper. To be honest, and this is because I've done this before, it's much easier before, instead of installing, so the manual will tell you to install this, and then this right in here, and then install the whole thing in here. This bumper is going to get in the way. So my recommendation is install the spring first, and then after you install the spring, then you can worry about the other components. So I'm going to go ahead and grab these. Now let me just look at the manual real quick. I'm not even on the right page. I just want to make sure I use the correct screws. Let's see, 29, 28, 20. Okay, so the shorter ones, yeah, the shorter ones go to the bumper. Perfect. All right, so I had the right ones. I mean, it's not that I wasn't on the right page. I wasn't in the right page. It's just, after a while, you just kind of know where everything goes once you've built a few of these kits. That's the reason. And to be honest, the Tekno kits are some of the simplest. No, simplest kit for a complex kit, I guess I should say. The Traxxas is the simplest, so the Slash kit or the Stampede kit. But that's because the vehicle design is simple. Here, you have a complex design, but it's still a very, I would say, a relatively simple kit to build. It's just time consuming because of all the parts. All right, now that the spring is on, you can go ahead and just slide this in. So this will just slide right in. And then once it slides in, everything should, everything should just click in place. So there we go. And this should click in, so make sure that clicks in place. And now those countersunk screws, the long ones, go here in the plastic. Now, when you install those long ones, be careful. I have the short ones. Be careful not to overdo it because you're going to damage this plastic if you overdo it. So if you're tightening by hand, be careful how hard you tighten. Another thing, I'm holding everything as I drive. So that's something to keep in mind. Tighten them fully after. Now, don't fully tighten one screw, because if you do, it might throw off. Let's just say I fully tighten this, it might throw this one off if everything's sort of at an angle. Might be difficult to get that fourth screw in. So again, hold it lightly. Just let the electric screwdriver spin. Perfect. Check the steering. Everything's still good. And now we can go ahead and install this one. And all right. Now, when you replace the A block, so this block right here, and I say when, not if, it's when, you're gonna need to put some thread lock on that screw. So that's one little note. Right now it's going into plastic, no big deal. Once you replace this with the aluminum one, you are going to need thread lock for that screw. And again, it's not if, it's when. Why? As soon as you take a really hard impact on one of these arms, you're going to bust that that A arm. Sorry, not A arm, the A block. That's the reason why. So you are going to end up breaking that at some point in time. All right, now we have the following. So we're going to take these and we're going to secure the steering, and this will work the following way. So there's a total of 4 washers. There's going to go 2, so you're going to put 2 in here, and then slide this into the turnbuckle and then put the other 2 down here. Now maybe you'll do the 4th. This is, you don't actually need these. This is really just to save them. And then you can put a 3rd one here, 1 there. You can put all 4 here. You could put all 4 here on top. It just depends on the setup. So the bumps to your setup that you want. But initially, this calls for 2. Now this one I am doing by hand. You do not need thread lock compound on this because this is a nylon nut. And you're going to notice the nylon nut is going to key right in here. That's the reason why you don't need a wrench. Do not over tighten this. You can round that out. There we go. So again, we'll put the 2 that we're saving, put the screw through, and then put the other 2 washers right in here. And go ahead and get the screw started. Now, can you do this with an electric screwdriver? Sure. Again, light hands. And that's it. All right. Now we just need these last 2 screws for the bumpers. I need to swap out the bit. And And you need to install these screws because if you don't, it's just going to fall out. Well, maybe not fall out, but this could pop out and then it may not function, or it may go over under the spring. So the spring's not going to do its job properly. Which this is one of the nice things about short course trucks compared to 8-scale buggies. The bumper, it really saves your vehicle. And that's it. All right, everything's perfect. All right. So now we can go ahead and continue on to the next bag, which will be K. So K is going to build the center of the vehicle. Now there's an important note when building the center of the vehicle, and that's that the center, I'm gonna call this a transmission, you have two different size screws, and that's something you have to pay attention to. So don't get 4 equal size screws, you're going to damage the plastics. And I will show you what part can get damaged in a bit. Now these major dog bones, the center shafts, these are surprisingly strong, very strong. Considering how hard I've run these, bashed them, it's very, very impressive how strong they are. All right, so like I said, using an electric screwdriver will save you some time, but part that you're going to spend the most time is actually just sorting out the screws in the bags. All right, so those are all the same size. These are the same size. That's the countersunk button. All right, these here, these are the important ones. Well, they're all important. All right, this goes in the rear. All right, now these 4 screws are all the same size. These 2 are shorter. You actually need 2 and 2 for the transmission, which is this, this, and this, all this good stuff. And the reason why, I guess once I start building it, I can show you. So let me go ahead and grab the center differential. So let me go to the correct page so I can show you the screws right here. So these are actually 2 different sizes. And here we go. This is where it says, so 22. This can be misleading because here, notice how it shows the picture. But if you look at the picture correctly, these 2, all these 4 are the same size, but those 2 shorter ones have already gone in. Those 2 here on the side, they actually go down here. So I will show you. So you need to be careful when you're looking at that picture. So let me go ahead and grab these 2 little plastic things. Now there's a lip. That lip goes on the inside because that lip, that's the guide for the bearing. That's where the bearing seats. So make sure that those lips, if you can see them, that little lip there, those face each other. So you're gonna be grabbing this, and then the T, so if these are curving this way, so up the screen, this is gonna go left. So the T is going to look like this. These will mount just like that. And there's this little tab. These will go right on the tab. That's another way to look at it. And just do one at a time. Don't try to do them both like this. So again, the shorter one is the one that goes here in the plastic, right in here. So if you use a long one, what will end up happening is, because they're not self-tapping, it'll hit to the end, it'll stop, and then it'll just strip all the plastic out. So it'll act as a drill bit instead of an actual screw. So that's why you want these little ones to go here in the little plastic part. Now, I would say drive them by hand, but if you're used to something like this, then use this tool. Just light hands. And this one, stop before you even get there and then just finish it off by hand. That's the reason why I did that little partial turn at the end, just to finish tightening it. All right, let's go ahead and do that. This one I could have gone farther. This one too. All right, here we go. But I'd rather take my time, tighten things properly than risk damaging parts just because I'm rushing. All right, here we go. So this is the mount. This is the motor mount. This C portion goes to the outside. So as it's here, this will sit here. T goes forward. This will go here. So you need to place this right on here. Now the screws that go in here, these are the long ones now. So it's the long and the long. So if I can get this here in the light. So the long one goes in here and up here where you're missing one. Both of those need thread lock because we're going into the aluminum mount. I'm gonna go ahead and grab these. There's one. Go ahead and install this. Install the top one first. It doesn't matter. It's just the way I'm holding it. It makes it easier to install the top. Now, I'm not putting the bottom one, so you do one or the other. Why? Because, well, I need the center differential. That's the reason why, if you were wondering. Now, center differential. There we go. Manual was covering it up. All right, center differential. We have the gear. This part goes toward this. So this will go this way and go ahead and fit this in here. It just slides in right in here. Now I can go ahead and place this lower one. Start it by hand. Might as well just finish it. This one's easy. You have to drop the driver for good luck once or twice, maybe. Do not over tighten these. If you over tighten these, you're going to warp the plastics and then it's not going to apply even pressure on the bearing. So snug is all you need. Now this one, pretty straightforward, just keys in, just like this. So this is what the part looks like. It just goes in right in here. And for these, you do not need thread lock compound, and the reason why is you are going into plastic. Nope. I'm not going all the way until the other screw's in. So the second screw, or the last screw, is generally the one that I tighten fully first. There we go, soft hands. That's it. All right, and this is it. This now seats right in here, and that's it. But let me go ahead and install the shaft. So make sure that you install the shaft first. There we go. Oh, I'll face it this way just so it reads. Oh, nope, that's the correct way. I'll face it that. All right, that seats perfect. And let's see, these are plastic, these are metal. All right, so two of them will need, three of them will need thread lock compound. Two of them will not. Right, so the rear two do not need thread lock compound, the other two do. So it's these short ones, there's actually 5 of them. So it's the 43s, I'll just double check, 43s, yeah, those are the short ones, these are the 44s. So 43s, 2 of these can just go in, then 3 of them will use thread lock compound. So we'll line up one. And again, I'm not driving it close because I still want this flexibility. I overdid the flexibility, but I still want that flexibility so I can first present all the screws. Then I'll worry about tightening everything fully. So this is still somewhat loose, as you can see. Let me go ahead and put some thread lock compound on this. And I'll start these by hand. All right. To be honest, going into aluminum is so quick. The electric screwdriver doesn't really make a difference. I'd rather just tighten them by hand. Going into plastic, that is where it's going to make it easier for you. And again, not necessarily because of time, but because you don't have to do much turning. Although, think about it as exercise. All right, that is it. Now, center brace. This is the center brace. This one will go in here, and you use a button screw. Button screw goes on top. This is a part that you will break if you take really, really high jumps. I need thread lock. So when you buy the brace, it's not just this brace, it's all 3 of them. So you're gonna end up with a lot of worthless spares. Just keep that in mind. Now I need the 44s for the brace, which are these longer ones. They do make different brace options. I've seen a carbon fiber top deck that is made. I don't remember the brand though. There's also a nice short aluminum brace for the rear. Now the little rear aluminum brace, that one's about $36 as of the time of this video. Again, right now at this moment, I cannot remember the brand. All right, so now we can go ahead and place this shaft in here and then line everything up. And this will go right in here. So I'll leave that to later. I'll go ahead and flip this over. I want to install these screws. Let me go ahead and we'll do these 4. And like I said, you want to make sure that you're applying pressure if you're using, well, anyway, even if you're not using the electric screwdriver, even if you're doing it by hand, you want to apply pressure to make sure that the screws going into the plastic and threading rather than just cutting the plastic. do this brace, and this brace goes on this side. And the last countersunk screw will attach to the brace. That's it. All right, there we go. So now we can move on to the next page. So the next page and the next bag. So now it'll be shocks. So I'll move this over here. Now shocks, this is the most fun. Not really, don't really like them. Really dislike shocks. So you're going to go ahead and tear these, so loosen these. Now the caps, they do make aluminum caps, but you really do not need the aluminum caps. I would not waste money on aluminum caps. There's other things that you can spend money on, such as better tires. Well, I mean, I guess you're not spending on better tires. You're already buying tires. So just save your money and buy the better tires instead of some cheap tires. All right, this is a little bottom section. All right, so do that. Separating parts. Something that I do like about these though is they do come with boots, and this really saves your shafts, makes them last longer, less dirt goes in there, your oil inside doesn't get as dirty, so if you don't maintain it right away, it's not as crucial. Although I'll be honest, I would have to say if something is generally neglected, it's replacing the shock oil. Diff oils as well, but the shock oil I think is the thing that most people just don't do, forget to do. Or maybe don't know they're supposed to do it. Let's see. Here we go. Well, let's just dump them all. So you have to cut out these little pieces here. Well, these you can just kind of click off and then just clean that excess material, which I will do in a bit. Perfect. Right, now these are your pistons. These little dishes. Camera's not focusing. So these are your pistons. Make sure to clean off the excess material from where it breaks off. It's better that you cut it and then just shave off the excess material. You can use a variety of things in order to do that. Same thing with these, just cut them off. You can use a fine file, that always works. You could use a knife. but I would say using a file is probably the safest. So right now I'm just cleaning out the parts. And on all of these little parts, it's better that you have excess material left on once you remove them from the spur. And the reason why is then you can just file it down to size instead of cutting off too much and then having a leak. All right, so that being said, bag L, these are the front shocks. So we're gonna be doing the front right now. Now there are two ways. You can do just the regular or you can do the emulsion. I'm just gonna do regular. If you wanted to do the other option, then you would grab a bit, 2mm bit, and then just drill this through. And you would use these small little countersunk screws with these little black O-rings, which I'm not going to use. So I'm gonna set them off to the side. Keep that in mind. So you may have parts left over, and that would be fine. That would be perfectly normal. All right. So now at this point, I'm gonna go ahead and grab the collars. I always recommend to go left first, hear the click, feel the click, and then start driving them up. You run a lower risk of cross-threading something if you do it this way, but you don't have to. So I'll do one, then I'll do the other. As you're driving this up, do not tighten it, because if you tighten it, then it's gonna make it difficult for you to adjust and bring it back down. So again, the collar, left, felt and heard the click. I can keep going. Something too is that lip, that's where the spring mounts. So make sure that's here at the bottom. Right. All right, it's time for green slime. Now, you can use regular black grease. In some of my other videos, I mention this as well, but I really do like this green slime. This, I believe, that didn't really work out, did it? I believe this is made by Associated, by their team, whatever their team brand is. It used to come in tubes. Now it comes in these little brown plastic containers. And I am just going to lubricate all of these parts. Really just those and these. So just the O-rings. Now the ones you really want to lubricate well are those little red ones, and that's because that's where the piston is going to go up and down. Well, not the piston, the shaft. Yes, I am putting some on the shaft as well. Just wiping off the excess. That way when you initially put them through and it's dry, you don't pinch them or damage them. That's the reason why. Now, shock bodies. So we'll go ahead and grab the shocks. Here, the first thing you want to do is, well, this one doesn't have to be first, but you can do it first or second. This O-ring goes around the outside in, and then there's a groove in there. Just set it there. And set it in there. That's it. Now, there's these little plastic bits that you cut. One of them looks like a little hat. The little hat goes inside. Now, one of the things that I like doing is, and before you deal with that, deal with this. Go ahead and grab the nuts. So it's going to be the small silver ones. Now, these are nylon, so there's no thread lock that goes in them. And then just get them started. Do not tighten them all the way. And the reason why is once you do the end link right in here, you hold this and you do the end link, both of them will tighten at the same time. But what I'm doing now is I'm just grabbing this and I'm dropping it through. And the reason why is it makes it easier to drop all this stuff in without it flipping on the inside and then me having to grab a driver trying to fix the orientation. Now, right now they're on the table, they all look the same. There's the little hat. So this little hat, the small outer diameter goes in the body. So if I were holding it up like this, the large flare goes down, small flare goes in. So it'll just go in there. Then after that, you grab one of the O-rings, and then it'll be one of these round plastic washers. It'll go in there, followed by another O-ring. So the O-ring will go in here, right in there. And then once you have this, there's the larger hat. And this one does the opposite of the first one. So here, larger diameter goes in because that's going to go inside of the actual body and that stays out. Once you have this, that O-ring is there, everything's there, you can grab this bottom cap and just go in here. Now again, try this again. There we go. And once this shaft is in, you can go ahead and tighten it all the way. All right, that is it. So that's one. Next one, again, do this first. Stick this in. Grab the nut. Just get it started. Don't worry about it being tight. Drop it through. I'm just sticking my finger in there lightly. Go ahead and grab that smaller hat. Again, the small side goes in. That is then followed by an orange O-ring, which is followed by one of those plastic washers, by the other O-ring, and then the big hat. The big hat goes inside. If it doesn't go inside, all right, perfect. You may have to trim it a bit. Probably didn't trim the excess material from the spur. And this you can go ahead and tighten all the way. Now, there are going to be two left over, that's normal. So when you rebuild them, you already have the two. That's it. So they're there. At this point, I can go ahead and install the boot. So boot's going to go over, so there's that little crown. I'll just go over that. Just like this. Go ahead and expose this. And the rod is going to go right in there. Go ahead and use one of these T-wrenches. All right. Now, one of the things that you have to do is just check the boot from time to time, because you do not want to pinch it. And the reason why is if you pinch it and you create a tear, then it'll start ripping. This is not, there we go. So I'm just pushing this down. I'll try to hold it. There we go. And that's it. So once it feels snug, that means this is tight and this is tight over here. Now, when it's dry like this, don't play with it, pushing it up and down really fast. You're going to end up damaging it. But that is almost ready to go. I'll go ahead and grab this O-ring and go ahead and place it here. It goes on the outside. And there it is. That is sat properly. Now I can continue on with the other one. I need the boot. All right, go ahead and grab the ruler. So something a lot of people forget to do is just measure the length. And the reason why is you want to make sure, perfect, how that works out. You want to make sure they're the same length. If you turn this a little too much or just a little too less, they will not be the same length. So you want to make sure they're uniform. So when you build them uniformly. We'll go ahead and grab this little eye and we'll go ahead and set this in. Goes in here. And now for the other one, these go on the bottom. Perfect. And at this point, if you have a place to mount the shocks, I recommend that you use it because now you need to fill them up with oil. Now the front and the rear oil is going to depend on your setup, what you're running on. The lighter the oil, now you're going to have to use springs to compensate too. Lighter oil will allow the suspension to transfer weight a lot more, so you can get a lot more steering from it versus stiffer suspension with a thicker oil, thicker spring. But if you go too light, you may start just topping over, just rolling over that front outer wheel. So that is something to keep in mind. Now for this one, I am going to go ahead and use the stock oil that is called for. And I'm trying to see what it calls for. 350, so it uses 350 weight, and I do have 350. Now, I do believe this oil is too light, but that's what comes with it. I'd probably go with something heavier, at least a 400, and then work your way up from there, but 350 is not much as far as weight. Right, do not overfill it yet because you're going to be pushing the piston up. There's going to be some air bubbles, so you'll see the meniscus will drop. And then you do this, then you're gonna fill it. So I'll set this one there. And right here off camera, I have a place to mount the shocks. Unfortunately, can't put it in camera. Well, I could if I move all of this, but I'll just do it this way. Right. Now, once there are no more air bubbles and you see the meniscus is at the top, go ahead and grab one of these. Now this one, I just realized I forgot to put the O-ring. Go ahead and add the O-ring, or else it will not seal. Grab this. This just goes down here. Place it there. Grab the cap. Again, I always start left. Once you feel it drop, click, whatever, then you can tighten it. There are different ways to build the shocks. All right, now, you cannot really see, but you're going to be holding it at an angle. So if this is the ground, this is the shock, you hold it at an angle if you're doing this emulsion with a screw. The reason why is that way the air bubbles can just travel up here. But I'm not going to be doing it, so I'm going to be holding it this way. So here, I'll just do it here off to the side. A little bit of excess oil will come out, and then shock will want to start opening up. All right. Go ahead and leave that. That was quick. Just wiping the excess. All right. And almost finished with the shocks. So I can go ahead and install the boots. Sorry, not the boots, the springs, and then the lower spring mount. So this will go in here. Yes, I pulled on the boot. just a bit. And this will go in here, right in there. Perfect. And then once you do this, the boot will cover everything up. And go ahead, this is 1.5. It probably took me longer to change the bit than to do it by hand, but there we go. All right, here, and then these little barrels, plastic barrels, they go on top, right in there. And go ahead and grab this, do the same thing. All right. That's it. Little barrel on there. All right. D-wrench. Perfect. All right. Now, you have 4 nuts left, 3 screws, and these mounts. These go on top. Now, in the stock setting, let's see, where do they go? Stock, it goes on the arm, outer top, and then over here it looks like it goes in the second. Actually, no, it goes in the very first one. So these are laid down all the way. All right, so I'll go ahead and lay them down as well. Now, there's 2 different diameters. There's a small diameter, large diameter. The large diameter goes toward the rear. So this will go here. But first, you need to go ahead and install this plastic bit. Now, this plastic part, this is actually important, mainly if you're going to be running an actual body, a short course body, because this is where the mounts go. Now, if you decide to just run this with a buggy body, you no longer need this, unless you're gonna go run this as a, I don't know, buggy light, and you're running this in carpet, because this will tear up the carpet, so you want this plastic, so it just slides off. So those are some of the things to keep in mind. That little tiny screw that goes in there. All right, so now this can go in here. Let's see, large diameter. Oh wait, made a mistake. No, I did not. I have not made a mistake. This goes in here. And the larger nuts go back here. Now, if you look at these, they're not rounds, they actually have flat sides. That's so you can stick a wrench, hold it while you're turning everything. Something else that you can do also is just place them, and then once you tighten the shocks in, you just grab the 2 wrenches, do that, and that works as well. Just don't overdo it, because remember, you have a little plastic barrel here, so you may or may not want to do it. Never had an issue though, because this is the right length. So I would just do it this way. Go ahead and place them. Where's the other shock? There we go. And grab the small nut. Should be a 7mm. There we go. So it'll be a 7 and a 5.5. I'm actually turning them both. So the 5.5 is actually tight now. There we go. That's it. Now I can go ahead and place this in here and drop this in. You really do not want to screw up the plastic here, because then you can use some CA glue to fix it, but I mean that screw is just going to keep falling out. That's something to keep in mind. There we go. Perfect. All right, that works. So now the next bag, we're going to do the same thing, but now it's the rear suspension. So that'll be bag M. And we're actually pretty close to finishing now. After this, it's just the plastics, everything else. Now, if you end up building all of the shocks at once and then you forget which is which, just remember the longer shocks always go in the rear, shorter ones always go in the front in kits. Unless you have some custom or something that's different, it's generally the way to go. Right now I'm just cutting these plastics off the spur. And I can go ahead and open this bag. So one of the easiest things to do is honestly just lay everything out. Lay everything out, separate everything. That is truly the way to go. There we are. And like I said, these black O-rings, just like the front ones with those small screws, unless you're doing the emulsion, you will not need them, so just set them off to the side. This is really everything that you need. Right now, I just need to trim those little plastic pieces. All right. So again, green slime is the way to go. All right, perfect. Go ahead and do this. Grab a piston, silver nut. Go ahead and set up the other one. And silver. Here we go. Perfect. Now I can grab a shock body, go ahead and slide one in. And again, same exact purpose. So go ahead and grab the small hat, this one, and remember the small outer diameter goes in. And once you do that, go ahead and grab one of the orange O-rings. And then grab a washer, those plastic ones, and followed by another O-ring. Followed by the large hat with the large outer diameter going inside of the body. Once you do this, you can go ahead and grab one of these little caps, go left, you feel the click. And go ahead and tighten it. Now, going to remove just a little bit of excess material. Perfect, there we go. And that is it. So the green slime is very, very important so that when you're doing this initially, it doesn't chew up the O-rings. That's the reason why, once again. We'll do that. Second one, grab the hat. Again, small outer diameter goes in, followed by an O-ring, followed by this guy, followed by another O-ring, followed by the large one, and once that is there, go ahead and grab this. Oh, that was quick. Left and then right. All right. Perfect. Oops. Just drop it for good luck. It helps. Now these, I should have done this beforehand, but no big deal. Forgot to install the collars. problem right now is my hands are all greased up from the slime. And just remember that little lip goes on the bottom because that's where the spring will seat. All right, perfect. At this point, I can go ahead and install the boots. Now, another recommendation, when you're placing this, push this in, and the reason why is there's less play, because remember the piston's not fully tight, whereas if you go over here, it'll be just a little more slop, so you want to go ahead and place it here. Actually, just drive it all the way through, so I need to put that T-wrench on there. Make sure you keep the boot down so that you do not pinch the boot. Go. Alright, so the boot is still free. And the boot's still free. All right. There we go. And there's the boot, still free. Perfect. Go ahead and place that. There we go. And go ahead and start the next one. Go. The only reason why I'm doing this is I want to make sure I don't catch the boot. That's the only reason why. All right. There we go. So I have all of them. I can go ahead and grab this, place the O-ring. Grab this, place the O-ring. Now, there is something I forgot really quick, I just realized. So I'm actually going to take this apart take them both apart, I need to put the O-ring here at the bottom of the cap. So let's just go ahead and do this off camera real quick. All right, luckily correcting that problem didn't take too long. So these two are ready to fill. Now, something that probably would have helped is if I had been on the correct page. But again, after a while, you just end up doing this by memory. All right, so perfect. Place that one here. So now I'm gonna go ahead and fill them up with oil. Now for the rear, it calls for 200. Again, I do think this is light. If you're gonna run mainly flat dirt surfaces, this is perfect. But if you're not, consider some thicker oil, especially if you're going to be doing some jumps. Maybe put that 350 oil in the rear and then consider that 400 oil in the front. Maybe even a 450 in the front. Right. Now, when you're waiting for the air bubbles, you can actually grab a pin or a pick and then just pick up the bubbles. It actually speeds up the process. But as of now, I'm ready to go. Go ahead and mount one of these on here. There we go. Right. Now there's a little bit of excess material here. I left that on because I can grab onto it and it makes it easier to turn, but now I'm just gonna shave it off. But here we go. Now, this one actually needs a little more oil. Don't like the way it's acting. And grab that 200. So one of the things that it's doing is it was sucking the piston back up. And if you look at it, well, camera's not picking it up. It just needed a little bit more. So I'll go through the whole process again. All right, go ahead and remove some of the pack. There's too much pack in there. All right. And perfect. All right. So there we go, there we go. And we can set that one down. Place that there. So again, go left and then right. Now, in some vehicles, I've actually installed the blue springs in the front. Right now it has green, and then in the rear, I think, was I using pink? I would have to go check one of the cars. But Tekno does make a variety of springs for it. Go. Of course, there's always something. And this is why you do not build RCs at 3 a.m. You build them at 4. Now, something else that you need to do is you need to measure that difference and make sure that they are the same. Just a little more on this one. That's about right. All right, perfect. So little plastic barrels. This will go in here on the shocks. Right in there. Goes the little screw. Let's see, rear setting. Let's see, this is in the bottom. So I don't know if it says on the other page, no, it doesn't. Okay, so it's the second. So on here it's the second. That is the second. Now, if you're using a truck like this mainly for big jumps, you may want to stand up the shocks. So right now the fronts are like this. This is more for taking handling, higher traction, right? It eases the weight transfer. But upright, if you're jumping up and down, that'll give you the longest travel. So again, depends on the purpose, what you're using the vehicle for. Alright, let's install this one. There we go. And let's see, so we just need to mount these up. And again, it's going to be that 5.5 millimeter driver. All right, it's that oil from the shocks. All right, let's go. I have to clean these, there's just too much oil. Let's see. All right, now they're clean. Much better. All right. This will go on the inner hole. All right. Perfect. All right. And what is it? Smooth. All right, so something else that you're going to want to do is actually you want to remove the shocks. You want to put a block here, and then you want to measure the droop, and then you want to adjust those droop screws. Now the droop screws, you can flex the arm all the way here, use a 2.5 millimeter driver, which I do not recommend. It's a lot easier if you just use a 2 millimeter driver and adjust it from here. Now, the best way to do is to actually measure the suspension, although you can measure how much the screw comes out here. That is another possibility. Another option, not a possibility, it's another option. But I would strongly recommend that you remove the shocks and then measure the droop on both and do your adjustment based on that. So just keep that in mind. All right, now we can move on to bag N. I think we only have 3 more bags. Now I am not going to install all of the electronics, mainly because this truck, I don't have electronics for it, and it's not for me. You have this massive antenna tube. I still don't understand why we have antennas. The antenna tube you just cut down to size. That's all you do. Now here, this little piece, this is for the servo. So that's something to keep in mind. These other pieces back here, let's just grab some scissors. These hold on to your wires. This is where the ESC mounts. This is all of the servo gear. Well, not all of the servo gear mounting equipment. go ahead and place this over here. There we go. All right, there we go, perfect. And move this. So this goes over here on this side. Now, a quick little note, before mounting this, go ahead and mount the servo. So this is the way the servo is going to mount. The servo is going to go in here and the wire is going to come out through here. If you use a very large servo, let's see, I'm trying to remember what I have in the MT. It's a ProTech 170, I can't remember, it's 170, I forget the letters. That one's a little taller, so you're going to have to trim this material off right here on the side. If you use something that's a little shorter, I believe the 155, if you're using ProTech, that one, I think that one sits just right, I can't remember. So the first thing you would do is put this on the servo. So this would go like this. You mount the servo on here. This little ear sticks out because this will be mounting there, right in here. So I'm just going to walk through the steps as if I were installing the electronics, which I'm not going to. But I am going through the steps. All right, so we have all this good stuff. Perfect. And that is this page right over here, bag end. So you have this piece here with the ear. This is going to go here, and this is actually what holds the servo onto this bracket or this frame. Now you're going to need two washers. Here are the washers. Now the screws that you're going to be using are these long screws. So go ahead and put a washer in each one of these screws. Now, once the servo is mounted directly on this bracket right here, now the sharp edge, this goes up. So the sharp edge goes up, this more rounded area goes down. You'll be able to tell because it's not reversible. So you place this in here, you would have the servo, and then the screws would just go in here and right into this little plastic bit. They would go right in there. And then this one would go right in here. Now, something that you could do is you could just start them off over here, for example. So say the servo is here. Some servos you can slide these in and out. Some you cannot because of the way they're shaped. But you can just start them, and then after that, just slide this in. So just remember the washers go on top. So this would go this way, and it's going to sit this way with these over there. So this is going to go there. Once you do that, now you can go ahead and mount this on top. So this would mount right in here. I'm gonna go ahead and remove this. So that would all be installed. And then after this, you would just have 4 screws, 1, 2, 3, 4. These two are going to have a washer. So you're gonna have 2 more washers left over. Make sure that the screws with the washers go on that side. Now I'm not going to drive them all the way in, as these will have to be removed to install the electronics. And it should be this one, and then the last one. So this 4th one, this is the one that holds the outer part. All right. Now, I thought I had a a servo. So I do have a servo, but I'm not installing this. So when you install the servo, the wire would go in here, and this is not a servo I recommend you use, but this would fit right in here. Now, because I mounted this aluminum piece, it's not working out, but you want to stick the servo in first. The wire comes in through here, but notice this one is too tall, so you would have to remove material, but the servo would go in there. So this goes toward the inside of the servo. So this is how the servo is mounted, right in there. And then this piece would go, see, this one doesn't go in, but anyway, it would go in through here, and then that aluminum brace would lock everything in place. All right, let's see. So now we can move on to some of the other components. Now, really quick, if this is on there, you can swap out the servo. You can. The only thing is, it's a tight fit right in through here to get the wire. Why? Because this brace is in the way. So you're probably going to have to remove this. So this I can actually set off to the side. Perfect. Now, the next thing to do is grab some CA glue, and there's 3 spots right in there in the chassis, and then 1, 2. Those 2, oops, that's way too much. Need to go ahead and clean that. And that CA glue, the only thing it does is it holds these O-rings. And these O-rings they work as just little grommets to soften the blow whenever you take a hard impact for the ESC. So the ESC goes right in here. This goes in here, so one of those is going to sit there, there, and there. And that's what that is for. So you can just let it dry a little. Let's see if I can clean some of this off. Good. That means that glue's probably old. That's probably fine. All right. Let's see what else. All right, so the ESC is going to go right in there, and you can line up these holes, screws through the bottom. The other thing too, and this is important, you notice these little tabs. Actually, I think this one's kind of a little off, but if you go across this way or this way, it's going to look like this. Watch. So this is an MT, but it's the same thing. This is one, I'm waiting on the electronics for this one. Now, I do have a full build on MT, so do go ahead and watch that. But put a tie strap that goes around it. That really does help secure the ESC. So do that. All right, now, the servo wire you're going to run, and you run just below here, right through here. So it'll go under this plate. Make sure you do not catch the wire. You don't pinch them anywhere here. So make sure it's running in either right through here. So the wire, if the wire were sitting like this, run it like that. I mean, if you run through here, that'd be fine, but it goes over here. And the reason why is so it can run back here, and this piece is going to hold the servo wire and the ESC wire. So the ESC, once the ESC is here, the wire goes, so this tab is actually so you can run the wire down from the ESC and over, right through here, right through the bottom. But it depends on how you mount the ESC. But then you run the 2 wires and they go through there, and this will just go in here, right in here. So then you just use a countersunk screw, which is right over here, 2 millimeter. And then I'm not going to drive it all the way through because this will have to be removed to run the wires. And the wires go through there, then they go through here. That's where this goes. Now notice there's a rounded side up here, and then there's a flat side. The rounded side goes toward the inside of the chassis. The flat side goes on the outside, just like that. So rounded side, flat side up there. Then use 2 countersunk screws for that. Again, 2mm driver. And again, I am not going to tighten these fully. Now, because I'm not going to tighten these fully, the cover for the electronics is not going to be fully tight either. There we go. Now, the antenna tube. The receiver, you double stick tape the receiver here, and then you run the receiver wire right through here. There's a cutout right in there. So the receiver wire goes in through here, and the antenna tube goes on that inner hole. So it'll go in there. Again, cut this to length. Chances are you're not going to need much. Maybe 10 centimeters. No, that's way too much. You're gonna need less than that, 6 maybe. And then the second hole, there is a little oppressor screw, a little grub screw, that goes in there. So that's going to hold the antenna in place. It just creates pressure, that's all it does. I will go ahead and install it, just so it's there, but I'm not going to drive it all the way in. And that creates pressure so that the tube just doesn't fly out. So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and place this here. I will continue with the installation. So here you're going to have 4 screws, 1, 2, 3, 4, and those are going to be some of these regular button head screws, 2mm driver. Again, I am not going to tighten these fully, so this will be, actually it's just 3, I apologize. I don't know where I got the 4th one. I'm seeing double. All right, so 1, 2, 3. Now, one of the things to note as well, you notice the top of the receiver box has 3 holes, the very top. Right here, 1, 2, 3. That is for the transponder. So if you have, what is it, RS4 transponder? Whatever the transponder is, I forget. So that's what that is for. All right, so that'll just sit there. So this will have to be removed. Again, that's for the transponder. That's where the transponder goes. So it just depends if you have a transponder or not. If you're just bashing, you're probably not going to have one. That's the reality. All right, so ESC, let's assume the ESC is already mounted. If the ESC is already mounted, then you could actually go ahead and set this. So these 2 would go in here, right in there. Then you can flip this over. See if the camera can pick up where they go. So right in here. Right. And those are your other flathead screwdrivers. Sorry, I said flathead. I meant countersunk screws. So you should have 2 countersunk screws. Now this little section I will tighten fully. Now do not over tighten these because, well, that'll defeat the purpose of those little grommets. And by grommets, little O-rings. So as soon as you feel the screws, as soon as the screws flush, that's where you stop. So that's a good stopping point. And that is it. So this is gonna sit right where that other one is. And that is it. So we can set this off to the side. We have the screws for the transponder. Set those off to the side. And we can go ahead and open up the next bag. So the next bag is going to have the battery strap, everything that's going to have these screws. And now we have this. Now here we have the servo horn. Depending on the servo that you have, I believe there is a 25, I believe it's the H. There might be a 24 or something else, but just get a 25. Now this here, it'll work for a while. You'll end up breaking it despite the servo horn. Sorry, servo saver. So do invest in the aluminum servo saver from Tekno. I recommend that you get the Tekno one because of the dimensions. If you go with some different brands, the arm may not sit properly. So that's something to keep in mind. Now here, I know I'm not opening up the other bags, usually I do. So you're going to drive this in, and you want to leave about a millimeter gap between the two ends. Now here's a quick note. If you have a little 1 millimeter spacer, you can go ahead and just use that. That works well. Here you could stick a driver and then just drive it. All right, nail fits, that's about a millimeter. So I'll leave this, but I will install these. So those little balls go in there. That's one, then that's two. Now you can adjust this later on. Now, since I do not have the servo installed, a quick little note. So once the steering is here, this would be here, and the servo would be here. I can just show you on the MT. Which I don't have a horn on here, but let's pretend there's a horn. Right, so servo would be here, and then we would have a horn. These two have to be parallel to these two. So these two here have to be parallel to these. And that's the proper way of setting it up. So both of these have to run parallel. So the horn's actually going to be at an angle, this is at an angle, this is parallel to this. Which, let's see. Oh, actually, am I on the next page? I am on the next page. Okay. Where does it show the horn? Oh my god, it's all the way over here. Why would you do that? I have no idea. All right. So those two are installed. Now the servo horn, where did I get them? It's right here. I don't feel like breaking them off. But you're going to be using it's actually a countersunk screw that goes in here. Now this link I can go ahead and install because this uses this button screw. So the screw will go in here. This sits right on top. Actually, there's a washer. Don't forget to install the washer. And one of the things that you're going to notice is the nut is actually going to key in here. Now these are nylon nuts, so make sure that when you're placing it the correct way. And this thing just went ahead and flipped on me. There we go again. Perfect. Just slide it in, just click it in. All right, no need for thread lock because that is nylon. 2 millimeter driver. So this one I will install all the way. There we go. Perfect. And there's a washer and a nut that goes over here, but we need the screw. So I'm gonna go ahead and open up this other bag, pull all these out. And it's right here. So this one would go right in through here. And then after this, you would drive the screw in here. And you would put, might as well break it off, why not? Put the washer, this will go here. Washer, nut. Now I am not going to tighten this fully, mainly because I'm not sure if this will be replaced, as I believe it should. It should be replaced. Tighten it just, well, maybe I can just a little, just so it doesn't fall out. You know what, it's fine. It's not going to fall out. So let's pretend this is now here, servo's there. All right, so these two would have to be parallel, and that's it. So you just need to make sure those two are parallel. And it's very difficult to see. All right. All right. All right, something like that. All right. Yeah, so like parallel. Let's see, what else? All right, now I can move on to the next steps. Go ahead and do this. Let me separate these. Small ones. Now, the Velcro straps. Velcro straps, you have different holes depending on the batteries. I'm going to set this one all the way to the end. The main thing with these is I like to place them. So this is going to go like this. I like to place them so when I strap toward the outside, which means that grab the Tekno that's going to be facing up, slide it through here, you go down, and then come back up. And that should do it. So again, grab the other one. So again, grab the Tekno, it's facing up, slide it through. It goes in through here, it goes up, just like that. It goes here, and that's it. And you do the same thing with this one. So, grab the Tekno, make sure it's facing this way. Now I'm gonna go all the way to the outside. Just like that, it should say Tekno. Bring it all the way over here, drive in there, right through here. Now usually I actually strap the long one first. I didn't this time, but anyway, not a big deal. I'll do that. The MT410 has longer straps, so if you want to do a 4S battery, just get those other straps. This, I think the problem is this long one. This one's too short. For 4S battery packs, or if you decide to go wild and crazy with 5 or 6S. I don't recommend it though on this drivetrain. All right, so let's go ahead and flip this over. Go ahead and open this other bag too, just so I have all the screws. So now I can go ahead. I'm actually going to attach this one. Now you have these really short screws. The really short screws, those are the 6 screws that go inside. So before flipping it, I should just install this side first. So that goes in here. And those are these. Now, quick note, you need thread lock on all of them because these are going to drill downward into the chassis. I did tighten the very first one, the rest of these I'm not, and the reason why is if I don't, it'll make it easier for me to place all of the screws in, and then I can just tighten everything afterwards. All right, perfect. So those 6 are set. Now I can actually flip it. We'll go ahead and flip. And we can go ahead and do the other screws. So I actually have to go a page back for this. So this is page 21. So we did those 6 screws. Now the 43s. 43s for these are actually the large ones, but I'm going to go ahead and secure that one. So this other side, oh, come on, 43s, so we'll need a 43 over here. Let's see, 43 should go in the front. No, because this side has to be removed to install the servo later on. I am not going to drive these all the way through. That's the reason why. All right, perfect. So now I can drive the 43s on this other side. So this side I will finish off. There. Do not over tighten anything. Snug is all you need. That's it. Now change the bit. I'm going with 2mm. So now I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of these smaller. I tightened the whole thing. I didn't want to. This one's holding the ESC. So 1, 2, 3, that holds the ESC. Again, I don't want to tighten these all the way because it's going to be removed. So these are all loose on purpose. All right, so we'll leave that. Check, that looks good, fabulous. All right, now a note. This here, you're not going to be using this. And the reason why this is here is back in the day, now this is something that they kept for some reason. There's really no need, because when this came out, lithium batteries were really popular and affordable. But before lithium-ion batteries didn't last very long. For example, cadmium or hydrate batteries, nickel metal hydrate batteries. And the thing is that if you use the brake, so if you use the motor to brake and actually slow you down, that would consume a lot of battery. Braking would drain your battery. So what this was for was installing a secondary servo. So you would install another servo, and you would put a link, and there used to be an optional part. I don't remember the part number, but Tekno used to have it. I don't know if they still produce it. Maybe it was discontinued, but you could have a brake. So then you can have a separate brake. So the servo would actuate the brake. That's the reason why. But you're not going to be using this, so don't worry about it. It serves no purpose anymore. Now for this over here, we're going to have these, and we're going to have these. These are going to hold the motor. So these will go in here, and then your motor would just go right over here. Now there's a variety of motors that you can use. Something that I recommend, I actually recommend this system. Right now it's in my Fortec. So this is the 4300 kV. This is the Pro 4 HD RX8 ESC. This is the best system I think you can get. 2S, very powerful. This 2S system, honestly, has very similar power as many Hobbywig systems on 3S, or Castle for that matter on 3S. So that's a great system to go with. Now, something else that you could consider going as well, if you want to go with, say, 3-4S, you could go with Castle, something like this. This is the 1415 motor, so 1415, 2400 kV. My preference, to be honest, and I don't have it here on the bench. Did I install that one already? I think I installed it. It's actually the Tekin T8i. So the Tekin T8i is a great motor to go with. It's the dimensions are very, very similar to this motor, very similar, but that one's a 2700 RPM. It is 4S capable, and it screams. It's powerful and it screams. If you want to go with a T8 system, those are 40 millimeter cans. You're going to be hitting this screw right over here. So you're going to be limited to what pinion you can use, because you either have to push it all the way in, or I think it has to stick out a little. I can't remember. But it's going to hit that section. So yes, you can remove that, but this holds your wires, and then you could shave some of this material off so that the motor can actually slide through easily. But it is possible. I've done it in some other builds where I've put on a short course like this, which is surprising why it took me so long to do a video building one of these. It will hit there, but I have put those T8 motors in here, 40 millimeter diameters. That's a possibility. I think those are overkill though, way overkill. It's way too much torque, to be honest. But again, it's an option, something you can use, you can do. Let's see, these, all right, these are important. These will go on these screws right in here. And when you slide the motor mount, so the motor mount will slide. Now notice this cutout. This is so you can swap out the pinion gears. So this cutout right here, this will go like this and slide through. The motor will be back here. And this is so that you can use your driver and access the grub screw, a little set screw on the pinion gear. So these, you want to use thread lock, grab the thread lock, and then this will go in here. And will slide back and forth. Now I am not putting thread lock on here, but you do need thread lock. And then notice this hole, you want to slide the motor mount out first. Once this screw catches, now it's in there, that's what that hole is for. There we go. See? So that little cutout, it almost looks like a skeleton key could go in there somewhat. But that's how it goes. So, but make sure you put thread lock on both of those and put thread lock on the other ones for the motor. All right, now, next thing to do, and this is actually the last bit. So that would take care of your electronics. Then to set the mesh, so this is to set the mesh, just use binder paper. Because you're using mod 1, fold the binder paper in half and then stick it between the gears, hold it, and then tighten the top one first, then tighten the bottom. All right, body mounts. Body mounts, you actually get a variety depending on the style of body that you run. Now, one of the cool things about Tekno is, let's just say you had a slash, you're coming from a slash, there's body mounts in here that will actually fit the distance, not necessarily the shape. You may have to remove some of the material, but the distance matches, which is pretty cool. Now here, it really just depends which ones you want. Something else that I really do like about Tekno is the body clips. The body clips are a really thick gauge. So this is a regular, this is actually a Traxxas one. This is a Tekno. You can't really tell in the camera, but this is thicker. Now, that doesn't mean you can't bend them. They will bend, but they don't bend as easily, which is the great thing. All right, so we'll put these off to the side because we're going to be using these four. These are the four that we need. And I'll go ahead and put some of these, let's see. I'll go ahead and install them. So we will go ahead and for the front, we will use, I guess, we'll use these. Let's see. I can use these or I can use these. I guess it doesn't really matter. So I'll use these. Now, one of the things to note, if you actually look at this shape, see how this one's longer, this one's shorter, shorter, longer. So go across. That's what you do. Same thing over here, go across. So I'll use these for the rear. Now I don't know the height, so I'll just go ahead and place them, and I'll place them at a normal height. So actually this is backwards, so it goes in through here. So make sure you drive this through the back. So I'll actually put these all the way down. What you want to do is you want to go ahead and put the wheels on first. Now, once you have the wheels, then just stick the screw in there, but don't drive it all the way, and then move it up or down until you get that desired height, and then you just drive the screws in. I'm not going to drive them all the way in, because they're just going to be removed for the body later on. All right, come on, there we go. And these will go here. Again, I'm just going to put them in the lowest setting, and the only reason why is because I'm not going to put a body. That's something that's going to go on later. So for now, just to keep them from falling out, that's the reason why. There's a variety of bodies. You can use almost any short course truck body, just change the height. All right, now I can just put the body pins. Now, something you can do is, because these are a little stronger, you can put a little piece of, what am I thinking? Tie strap. Just put a little tie strap, cut the ends, but just so you have a little more material to grab on and release. So all we have left are really the Nerf bars, and then I'll just do a quick little talk. These are two different sizes, so this is a longer one, this is a shorter one. If you accidentally grab the wrong one, let's just say, well, I actually nailed it. But the point is they're not going to fit because of the shorter. So this one would be too long for that side. So you would know which is which. But one of the things that you can do is put them upside down. So notice that this curve right in here. All right, so that's something that you need to pay attention to. All right, so I put the curve facing down. So now it's all flat on top. And those large screws, those last four, that's what holds those in. Now, something that you can do if you're going to be running this in sand gravel, and let's just say you're going to be running it with a short course body, you can put a buggy body on here, which is this one right here. Let's see, there we go. TKR 8245. Just trim it out, cut this out, use some Velcro it on. The only thing is that you need to be mindful of is the temperatures. The reason why is it's going to trap the heat inside, so that's something to keep in mind. You may want to add a fan, maybe cut some holes, but you have to be strategic with the holes so that the gravel doesn't fall in. There we go. Right, and one more. Now, tires, again, depends on the purpose. I really do like Proline tires. Proline makes great short course tires. Do not use Traxxas wheels though. The offset is wrong. It's going to be way too wide. You can get away with associated wheels. Those fit nice. You can use the +3 as well. The body might rub, especially on the rear. I think it's the rear mainly. But it depends on what you're going to be using. So if you're going to be using this mainly on the street, you can go something like these Banditos. Now these are Duratrax. Proline has the Street Fighters. The only thing is, I'll be honest, I prefer these Banditos over the Street Fighters because these are non-directional. So keep that in mind. Street Fighters are directional. Now another option is the trenchers. So trenchers are awesome. Right. So these are the trenchers. These are by Proline. So something like this. This is actually the correct offset as well. So these are amazing short course tires. These are the Bandito, the actual short course Banditos. These are for a buggy. Anyway, I like Banditos for street. So these are some of the options. These wheels, these are actually made for dirt oval. So if you look for dirt oval, I believe DE makes them. Just look dirt oval. These are the +3. They're made for associated, so look for SE6. That's what they're for. These, just look for Tekno. I don't remember if it's Losi. I think Losi and Tekno have the same exact offset. I could be wrong. But these, if you're doing some dirt, off-road, these are great. Actually, these even work on pavement, surprisingly. They work quite well. But those are some of the options. You're gonna have some parts left over. Things like this, a bunch of these little pills. Keep them because later on you're going to be doing some adjustments. But these are the basics. So just remember, servo, this is gonna have to come off, go in there. These two, make sure they're parallel, and your servo will be set, and then you can adjust your trim, links, whatever you need to do. If you're taking really high jumps on this landing, this can break. This is generally a weak point right in here. Do not be surprised if these screws in the back, these bend. That's normal. These bend all the time, so just forget about it, leave them, it's fine. If you take them out, I mean, you can put some fresh ones in, you're gonna bend them again. It's normal. Back to this will probably break. There is a brace that fits here. It's generally made for the MT 410. For this one, there's a company that makes a brace that goes here. That's a carbon fiber top deck that goes there. You can get that. It's not very heavy. The T-bone brace for the MT will not fit here. The holes are different. They're not as big as the MT 410, so don't get that one. I don't know if they make one specifically for this. If you know of other braces, please let me know. Now, something that is interesting, the video in the very beginning where I'm jumping, actually land, I did so many of those jumps, so many, and I did break that brace eventually. And then the other thing that happened is in one of the jumps, this thing flexed so much, this shaft actually popped out. Interesting thing is, it wasn't bent. So I just took the transmission out, slid that thing back in, installed everything, and boom, I was ready to go, which was shocking. I have bent just from landing really hard on the bumper, jumping this insanely high. This isn't really made for jumping. If you want something for jumping, use an MT 410, but it was fun to do. I was running 2.8 wheels and a buggy body on it. I bent that shaft in the middle and then broke that little cup, so that's something else. So if you're using and abusing it, you are going to break something, but if you're driving it like a short course, you'll be fine. But to be honest, the amount of force that it takes to break this thing, you would have broken some of the other vehicles left and right, probably done some more damage, broken the tub. For example, if you had a Slash, or an Arma for that matter, doesn't matter, you would snap the tub. So these are extremely durable, but because they're so durable, it's very easy to push limits and then drive it too hard and just destroy the vehicle, so keep that in mind. First thing I would concentrate on though would be the oils for the shocks, depending on what you're going to be using it. But other than that, in my opinion, this is probably the best short course truck in the market right now. So if you're building along, I hope you enjoyed the build. If you're planning on building one, go for it. They are truly worth it. That being said, thank you very much for watching. I'll catch you in the next one. I hope this was informative or at least entertaining. Please subscribe if you have not, and I'll catch you in the next one.
What? Oh, my hair! My tongue! My rod!